18th. The 18th.
It is the 16th in the game.
I know, but I'm looking forward to the 18th. That's finally going to kick some butt.
Oh, the melee?
Teamwork. Yeah.
Get some butt kicked.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to it.
Get some butt kicking done. Okay, so I'm going to turn this over to one of you. Who wants to give me a recap from the beginning?
The beginning of the whole campaign?
Yeah. That's going to make it so that you have to be brief.
I could do it.
I'd only touch like the only touch the important things, not like I went to the creek to take a bath.
Yeah, no, go for it, man.
If I miss something big, you guys jump in and let me know. Well, it started out, we were on a vigil for the night of our knighthood, to be knighted.
Yeah.
And it's a Roganter, is that the name of the manor?
Yes, it is.
And we were knighted, and during the breakfast, the night after a 24-hour fasting, we were interrupted by a woodward who came in and said that there was an incident in the woods with or outside of town, outside of the village in the manor, with some men that were bringing ore samples or whatever, and they were waylaid by bandits. So we all armed up and went out onto this to where that happened, and encountered those bandits, and we had our first kind of like introductory fight. It was pretty fun, actually, and came back. And the next day,
Ding.
I mean, things happened. The next day, we had the notice from Father that he wanted us to go to the tournament. Really, that was the next big event. And so we agreed. He told us we'd kind of be on our own after that and make our way in the world. So we got prepared for that, took off to, the town here.
Along with our tithe.
On with the tithe. We were asked to take 10,000 pence to the archbishop that would be at the tournament. So we made our way to Harrow and spent the night there. Found out we weren't going to find horses for the tournament. Very expensive. Harrow, we headed down the road to Ullacond. Halfway through, we met Sir Eamyt and his squire, Rald, who were working on fixing some things. We befriended him in the meantime, and he invited us to spend time with him at the tournament, spend time in his pavilion if we wanted. Seemed like a real upstanding guy. We heard some screaming for help and ended up saving a young lad from wolves. And that was a fun fight. We had that fight. From there, we went to Ullacond and basically set up for the tournament. The things that happened there, we did deliver the tithe, or not the tithe, but the feudal obligation, the annual obligation to the archbishop. That went well. We were tested a little bit on that, but Sir Reynard did the right thing and did Father's bidding to the letter. After that, I think the next main event was we walked around town, we did some checking out, we learned about there's a story about a big hole in the ground where Prince Brant, I believe it is, went down, and if you can find his bones, don't recall. You guys, anybody recall what you get for it? But anyway, that's a common knowledge.
It frees his ghost.
Oh.
His ghost is roaming the town and They say that if you were able to bury his bones in the proper location, then you'll release him and he'll be able to go to the afterlife.
Okay. So that sounds like a nice little side adventure. But in the meantime, we ended up talking around the well, and I think that was the next day, if I'm not mistaken. Talking around a well. And
Did you mention the gold or the silver?
Silver from what? For the feudal payment?
Yeah.
Yeah, I already mentioned that we gave it to the Archbishop without issue.
Right.
And my purse was cut by a cut purse in a team, and we had a little adventure there that was pretty cool. I ended up chasing down one of them, and Reynard managed to follow the one who took the purse long enough for us to kind of ID him.
Right.
If we saw him, and we ended up basically threatening this ne'er-do-well thief into giving him money back, and he took us to the Amber Inn, pretty lowbrow place, and keep your eyes out. The clientele there is I guess if there was a thieves guild, it would be that idea. We got most of the money back, and with the help of some guards, that went really well. And we ended up having our dinner with Sir Eamyt in the pavilion.
Right.
And he was excited. He reiterated and told us about the lady Lorella that he's mentioned multiple times on the road and wants to marry. He had aspirations to become in the top 16 of the winners in the joust to get recognition to probably get a job at the King's Guard. And that's sort of his aspirations, to be able to ask for Lorella's hand in marriage successfully. While we're at the joust, we witnessed joust after joust, and Eamyt Wani got into the 32, and after that he did get into the 16. But during one of those, we ended up talking with, I think it was Kekelin, the hunchback, who was somebody that told us about Prince Brant.
That's right.
And
that's right.
Wasn't much going on with that other than he is a contact. I don't recall that. What was that, Mike?
The old hunchback hermit. I was just.
Yeah. Well, we talked to the hermit there was a hermit in a location near the hole. And I'm sorry, without the map, I don't know the name of that hole. But we had the one joust, and I do believe his name was Bromson, that was Ogden's friend.
Brahmis.
Thank you.
Yep.
Brahmis, who was supposed to be a very good knight, as a matter of fact, good enough knight skill-wise that Odrin had never defeated him in a jousting match. So that's pretty good. That's a pretty good knight. He came to the battle to fight against Sir Eamyt, and he was wounded in his shield arm. And Sir Eamyt beat him in that joust to become into the 16. So he's quite excited. At one point, too, we went to meet Lady Lorella, because I had asked about what she looked like and where we might meet her, and he took us to meet her and her father. Mm-hmm. And Odrin was there speaking with her, so we know that there's bad blood there. Odrin has eyes for Lorella as well, so there's a lot of interplay there with the two. So we went to the feast, and we'd been to the feast. I think this was the second night. The first night we ended up sick, if I'm not mistaken. This night we ended up coming back drunk. When we got back to the pavilion, Roald was missing and had been missing all day, if I'm not mistaken. And we basically all crashed. Sir Eamyt and the four of us crashed for the night. We woke up early next morning. Roald is still missing, and some of the knights or personnel in pavilions around us in the noble encampment were giving us a little grief about what happened with a lady having problems with your love and this, and it was really odd because we didn't know anything about it, and that she had run away and her shift was torn and things like that. And shortly thereafter, the guards showed up to arrest Sir Eamyt with this lady in tow, accusing him of raping her, I believe. And they took off with Sir Eamyt, and I think that's where we ended it at that point. We haven't done anything yet in response to that.
Right. He's not been taken. Okay, that's a good spot because he hasn't been taken away. They've come to arrest him.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and that's where. Oh, go ahead.
Add two quick things. Two mysteries. One, King Alenza hasn't been seen for a very long time.
Correct.
I think there's a conspiracy between the Queen and the what do you call that guy?
Sakala?
Yeah, I think that
the Archbishop.
Yeah, I think that there's something going on personally. I haven't expressed anything to any of the other players. And there's that mysterious trapdoor at the Amber Inn that Sir Reynard wanted to explore, which, like Sir Bernier said, could be like a thieves' guild or some sort of underground movement, or obviously something that they absolutely did not want us to look into. So we've got three mysteries in this town.
And I gave Sir Reynard a premonition that if he was to pursue that he wouldn't come out of there alive.
Right. So we've got three interesting side things going on, aside from the major problems with Sir Eamyt.
All right. I think that is the perfect spot to start. And that's exactly when I take a bite of my little cheesy bread, and now my mouth is full. Okay, so I keep clicking on Olocon, and then it keeps disappearing behind my other screens. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Let me clear my mouth, and we will get started. Okay, so the first thing that you notice is there are half a dozen Townsguard, and they're led by, for lack of a better term, the sheriff. He's not the Shire Reeve. He's he's just like the senior guard, and he comes up to Sir Eamyt, who is like flabbergasted, that he's been accused of doing something that he knows he didn't do. But then again, he was very drunk last night, and so were you. So you guys don't know that he didn't do it, but he knows that he doesn't believe he did it. And I gave you an image of her, I believe. I think I put her under NPCs, maybe? Named NPCs, even though it says mysterious note. Okay. Yeah, so she's the one that made the accusation. And she has like a torn bodice, and she's holding herself in because she's about to pop out. And there's not everybody. It's not like the whole camp is alerted, and the reason why that is because there's hundreds of people here, and if if a bunch of town guards come into this camp, they probably wouldn't notice unless some fighting or something like that started. And there's like 400 horses in this area, you know, and campsites spread out and stuff. So it's not like gathering a huge crowd, but the surrounding campsites are all observing like what's going on, and a couple of them not ridiculed, but sent jabs at Sir Eamyt about how he couldn't perform or something, and she had to run out crying from the tent. And so they were basically making jokes at his expense. Okay, so this senior guard comes up to Sir Eamyt, and he says, "You're coming with me." No, he doesn't. He says, "My lord, Sir Eamyt." Let me clear my throat. All right, Sir Eamyt. I've heard her story, and now she's come forward and said that you raped her, and everyone can make a law roll. Get on my rolls. There we are. We're on it. Just want to let everyone also know that Roll20 updated for me today, and my toolbar has changed to the new experimental. I volunteered for this toolbar, and I'm still trying to get used to it. Okay.
I don't think I have a law skill.
I don't either. You want us to just roll a percentage?
Yes, try to get a 5 or less if you don't have law.
Close, but no cigar.
Right, so that's a moderate failure. There's another failure. There's a critical failure. So no. You guys are not aware of what the law about rape is. I made this handout and everything. Okay, sorry. All right, so you guys just you have whatever your player has as a interpretation of what the law could possibly be, or you could always ask around or try to figure out what's to be done next. But this not bailiff, I guess he's a senior town guard captain. He says he's higher than the captain because I think they've got multiple captains, but you get the idea. He's the main guard guy. He says, so what is your story, Sir Eamyt? And Sir Eamyt looks him square in the eye. You can tell he's concerned, he's worried about something, but he says, I didn't do it. There's no way. My friends here and we returned to the tent last night after the feast, and we went straight to bed. And then I woke up and nobody's been in the tent. No, nothing's like that's been going on. And he's like, give me a second. Well, Carla, and he kind of gives this girl a glance. And I'm going to change her name on the handout to Carla. Perfect. Okay, Carla has came forward and stated that you brought her into your tent last night with like you were going to show her your wares. You were very friendly, and then it got violent, and you attacked her and threw her onto your cot, and that's when she got up and ran out of the tent. But Carla is a known liar, and Carla goes, and just stomps off, right, and starts like crap. He's not listening to me. You know, they don't believe me or whatever. And she goes, yeah, she's a known liar, and even if it was true, there's not really. It's not. Her word has no merit against you, my lord. And then, but this will not be tolerated if you if it is found out that you are in fact a rapist. So just be on guard, and we'll have no more misbehaving. So enjoy the rest of your day here, or enjoy your rest of the tournament. I wish you luck in the list. You have a meeting this morning with Sir Ordrin and Audrin, and good luck. And then he and his deputies, they just turn and leave. And Sir Emmett's just standing there like in shock that this has happened. What would you guys like to do?
When they leave, do I have time to ask them a question?
Yeah, you can walk up to them. I mean, they're just milling about.
Ask, who is Carla? What's her station in town? Does she have a job?
I think she's one of those oldest professions. Okay. And, and she works out of the, you guessed it.
Yeah. The Amber Inn.
The Amber Inn. Yeah, she's a pro, and she works out of the Amber Inn. But no one deserves to be raped. No, whether you're a common slave or a higher noble, no one deserves to be raped. The punishment for rape is pretty severe. So let me go to my lore. Let me refresh my memory. It's not death. It is worse.
It's worse.
Rape and adultery are on the same category. And it says sexual assault of a maiden or sexual relations with a married woman. Penalties: flogging, restitution, castration, or death by stoning.
Okay, so we have a legal out. Carla's neither a maiden nor a married woman.
Correct. Well, she's a lady. I mean, she's not a lady. She's not a lady, but she's a woman. But no, they wouldn't call her a maiden. She has no standing to say this. She just yeah. So let me close that. Okay, and then Sir Eamyt reaches for his chest, not like a heart attack. He reaches and he's patting his chest down, and he's pulling his collar and he's reaching. He's like, "Oh shit, where is it?" And then he runs back into the tent.
Oh, she stole his ring.
Good
People
lord.
said they saw her leaving last night. It's all a pretense to steal the ring, the ring he would propose with. Oh no.
Well, we know where to find her.
Now there are people in the area. You don't have to roll because it's all a buzz. It's spreading through. It's like a virus. It's spreading through the camp that Sir Eamyt is a rapist. People are talking. They're like, he was caught red-handed. We saw her come out of the tent. Legally, there's no recourse, but we all know, he's a rapist. You kind of hear the buzz. Now his match isn't until late in the afternoon, into the morning. So it's still fairly early. He's still got a couple hours before his match.
Any sight of the squire Rald?
Make an awareness test.
I will try to do this. Please.
You can't.
Plus 40?
You can't fail.
Marginal failure.
Right. He is at the campsite. He is tending to the horse, the war horse. He's brushing it, cleaning it, feeding it, as if, he's performing his duties. But you can see that he's a little what's the word I'm looking for? There is a word for it. He is disheveled. Basically, his hair is all fuzzed out. His shirt is like half tucked in his pants. One boot is on backwards. No, they're on. But yeah, he looks like he just got up, possibly, and threw on his clothes and ran out the door. That's kind of what it looks like. But he's here. He
wasn't in the pavilion when we got up, though.
No.
No.
And he wasn't in the pavilion when you got back from the feast, that you can remember. But he was there throughout the day, tending. But he was there when you left for the feast.
Okay.
Because he was going to stay at the campsite and
right.
make sure everything was safe and everything. And then when you got back, a few hours later, he was nowhere to be seen. And then when you got up, he was not there as well. His bunk looked unslept in. And then now he's there.
One of us should talk to Rald about what happened last night.
Sir Eamyt is tearing up the tent on the inside.
Looking for that ring.
You don't know. He's tearing it up. Like, you're outside hearing, boxes being turned over.
Hey, Roll. Where
Roll.
were you last night?
Oh, I'm sorry, my lord. I got pulled away And then he's untucking his shirt and making sure his pants are on straight. And yeah, I was see this nice young lady came by, and we hit it off, and I accompanied her back to her cabin, her what do you call it? Her chambers,
Tavern.
her chambers, and then I let the time, my time with her, flew by, and then I saw the sun coming up, so I knew that I needed to gather, get my shit together and come back to the camp and help Sir Eamyt, with the joust today.
Okay. There's been a lot happening this week. You may have seen the end of the most recent thing. We're just concerned.
Yeah, why is Sir Eamyt he's in the camp tearing everything up?
That I don't know yet. I was gonna give him some time. See if he calmed down or found it or something. What the girl you spent time with, what did she look like?
She looked like a beautiful woman.
What was her first name? No,
Let's just a second.
I don't know. I didn't ask.
Okay, well, hold on. Her name was Sir Brahmas. No, well, Gorian. Sounds like a man's name. Gorian approached me, and he said that squires, also need to go and have fun, not just the knights. We have to live it up this time, and we went into town and found a working lady, and hormones overruled my good sense. It was we went to the Amber Inn, but yeah, Gorian, he's Sir Ordrin's squire.
Okay.
Did Gorian find the girl for you? Did he hook you up with her?
Well, no, not directly. I had a few drinks, and there are a number of ladies working there, and one of them just fell into my lap. But yeah, she was, I thought I saw her in the camp walking through here just a minute ago.
Did you maybe tell somebody about like a ring or something that why can't I remember his name?
Are you talking about Sir Emmett's
Yes, Sir Eamyt.
his what do they call that? Is the ring from Lorella? Is that what you're talking about? No, there was no discussion of that. We were talking about having fun and what squires get up to, and talking about our plight and our duties and chores and sweeping up after our night and stuff like that.
What is this ring? Ring of Laurel? I think you said. What is that?
Is that the ring that the betrothed gave him, or he had it for her, for Lorella?
Oh, Lorella. Okay, that's right. That's
Lorella is the name of the lady,
yeah.
right? The ring does have a crest. It's a family crest, basically. It's not like anything that anybody would recognize. Not even people from that family.
Called, was that lady that was with the guards? Is that the same lady that you met at the Amber Inn?
There were guards?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see any.
Dark hair.
Yeah,
bodice.
I think what I remember is she had dark hair. I think her name was Carla.
Carla, yeah. Yeah, we saw her too.
Yeah, she had some arthritis.
Yeah. Right. Big tracts of land.
Right.
Did
some milkers.
Did you wake up with an odd headache or anything this morning, Roland?
Well, no more than normal from drinking as much as I did. And sleeping on a, unfamiliar cot in a unfamiliar inn.
Well, Roald, are you aware of any hangover treatments, like raw egg or anything crazy like that, to help with hangovers?
Are there?
Yeah. Have you ever had to do that for Sir Eamyt before? Prepare something for him to alleviate a hangover?
Lorani tells me that time heals all wounds.
Yeah, but we need him to heal his hangover before the joust in a couple hours.
Maybe some hot ale? I don't know.
Okay.
There's no coffee.
There's nothing we know of, have heard of?
No, there's just like drink lots of water, splash cold water on your face, and man up.
World, do you recall the entire evening?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I had a few drinks, but yeah, I remember Gorian and I going to the inn and, just talking smack about our nights,
Are you aware of what people are saying about Sir Eamyt?
I'm starting to hear it.
Do you think that they could be confusing your actions with his?
Make a rhetoric roll. My actions?
After all, we
don't even look anything. We don't look the same, and
nobody claimed to see Sir Eamyt. They only claimed to see the woman that you spent the night with.
But I didn't spend the night with her in the tent.
I understand. So I'm just confused. You were,
and I just got here
with her, right? And I'm not. I'm just trying to understand what happened because she wasn't with us. How did she get to where we were? If you were unconscious from too much drink, could somebody else have led her to this tent? Do you know the person you were drinking with all that well, and do you trust them that they may have ill intentions towards Sir Eamyt, and this could be orchestrated on somebody's behalf to make him look bad?
Yeah, I guess it's possible. I mean,
how well do You know you're drinking.
I'm only a squire,
You
and
can only use
I'm
that
only
excuse-
like 16.
Well, one part about being a knight is to accept responsibility for your actions, and all we're
I
trying
do.
to
I,
do is-
I do. I went to this inn with this other squire, and we got,
Who does he squire for?
Ordrin.
Also,
Well, there we go. I mean, yeah.
I don't think it's a case of other people seeing Carla because of Rold and assuming it was Sir Eamyt, because she directly pointed out Sir Eamyt and said it was him. I think
But they got rolled away knowing that he would be perhaps the only other sober eyes in the camp who would just be able to dispute that.
Yep.
Right.
And then they get her, I'm just looking at this as a conspiracy site, because obviously Sir Ordrin has eyes for a lady, Ibria, and smearing Sir Eamyt is obviously going to be his number one goal, especially now that he's made it to the round of 16.
And you see Lorella approaching your campsite. Her father's in tow, and she is stomping through the campsite, and she comes straight to Sir Emmett's tent and says, "Sir Eamyt! Sir Eamyt!" And so Eamyt comes out of the tent and says, "Oh, my love." And she's like, "Return my favors. I heard what you did, and that's unacceptable." And so he reaches into his belt and he pulls out this token of fabric, and he hands it to her, and she says, "And now the ring." And he's like, I've lost it. I don't have it. I can't return it." And she's like, She turns and stomps away. It wasn't me. This Carla person. She probably took it from me. And she's like, not even listening and just walking away. Sir Eamyt turns to you, the royal you, and says, "I need help. If you could, help me find my accuser and hopefully my ring." Because I have to get ready for the joust.
Yeah, you let us worry about the ring. You need to focus on the joust today. This is your life's goal, to become the King's Guard, and this is your one chance here to do it, so you can't be distracted.
Yes, thank you. I don't know how I can, yeah, thank you. And then he goes back into the tent and he starts straightening up the insides of the tent, picking up all the stuff that he knocked over, and Sir Rald is also in the tent helping him straighten up. Not Sir Rald, but Yeah.
Brothers, I really much preferred it in Rogantor without all this intrigue and backstabbing that's been going on over in the few short days we've been here.
A knight approaches you for the ring of truth. He walks in and he approaches your party and he says, "So you guys know this Sir Eamyt?"
Somewhat.
Yeah, you probably don't want to be associated with him. He seems to be a very dishonorable knight and will rape women, and so it's not looking good for him. So if you should separate yourself from him.
What do you know about anything that's going on other than the rumors that you've heard? We've spent several days now with Sir Eamyt, and he's been nothing but honorable and a truthful person. These actions that he's accused of are nothing like the person. Granted, we haven't known him for that long, but I think we've known him enough time to see his true character and to know that he's probably not responsible for this. There's something more going on here. I'm gonna try and set him straight if I can.
Yeah. Well, he looks at you like, who are you to tell me, about honor, and then he kind of says, I was just trying to be helpful, just letting you know what the word is in camp, and you guys are new here, and you're kind of like sleeping in his tent and his pavilion, and so we and that's a royal we, believe that you should maybe just separate yourself from him a little bit. I don't want his dishonor to bleed over to people thinking that you're like a bunch of rapists.
I can only assume that you're a man of honor, and wouldn't any man of honor stand by somebody that they believe is innocent?
That's a good point. Okay, so just be
Our actions will speak for themselves. We have nothing but good intentions, and we are all honorable knights.
Okay, then just I bid you adieu, and then he bows and kind of turns away and walks away.
We do appreciate the warning.
Yes, I would say the same thing. We do appreciate your warning.
Yeah, no worries. It's not. I don't hold any ill will against any of you. I'm just saying that sometimes the mob rules.
Well, if we stay with Sir Eamyt, we risk tarnishing ourselves. But if we leave, I fear that would convince everyone that it's true. And we would doom him for sure.
Well, good luck. Good luck in the tourney today. And then he walks away.
Oh boy, man, things are just getting worse for us by the moment.
Well, not for us per se.
Consider that our main goal here is we're selling ourselves as knights. Now we're put in an almost untenable position, like you say. We don't want to make things any worse for Sir Eamyt, but we are here to try to make a living for ourselves and find somebody who needs some new, fresh knights, new, fresh blood. And if this somehow does, darken our own image, it's not going to be good for us.
And breakfast is served.
I'm fully convinced that there's obviously Sir Ordrin is behind this, and he's orchestrating this. If we can find some way, let's eat. We've got a long day ahead of us, I'm sure.
So there is eggs ready if you guys are hungry.
Speaking between mouthfuls. Now, if it was just a simple jealousy thing, or Audrin doesn't want to lose, then I would suggest Sir Eamyt withdraws from the match today, and then Sir Audrin doesn't pursue this anymore, if this is him. But he has the same romantic interest. The ring is missing. If this really does come down to Sir Audrin, then withdraw or not, he's not going to let this go.
Sir Emmett, I might, if I could recommend something that may be outrageous and ridiculous, maybe you challenge Sir Audrin to trial by combat. You accuse him publicly of orchestrating all the things that have befallen you. We have circumstantial evidence with his squire distracting your squire, and just some strange circumstances around this whole thing, and see where the chips fall, see where who the gods side with. It may be one of the
I think that is jumping the shark.
Well, I'm obviously I'm an inexperienced young knight. That was just the first thought that came to mind.
You are a actions speak louder than words kind of guy, and I respect that. But there's nothing saying that Sir Audrin had anything to do with this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is there, other than my squire being with his squire the night before, going into town? I mean, that is not a crime, or that's not unusual. That's not worthy of me going up and killing someone, or that's not a
It doesn't have to be fatal combat, right? It could be full submission.
In all fairness, with what Sir Eamyt is saying, there are a lot of people here. Regardless of our suspicions or our opinions on the man, we really don't have anything connecting him to the whore or any of this. This could be, for instance, someone else with a grudge. This could be, Lorani's, not Lorani.
You did say you have a reputation, when we first got here to the tournament, and so it's possible that there are others. But the advisor to my father once said something that it's always stuck with me, is that sometimes the simplest explanation is the correct one. And the simplest explanation in this case is the one man who's obviously wants something that you had. Now is in a much better position to get what he wants.
I don't feel like there's enough cause for me to go challenge somebody.
Sir Eamyt, did Audrin know you had the ring around your neck?
Probably. I mean, I didn't keep it a secret.
Right.
And he's also after Lorelli. So she might have told him, and he did mention that, or she did mention to him while you were there with me, that he asked for her favor, and she mentioned she had already given it to me. Mm-hmm. So, and anybody in the campsite could have witnessed her handing it to me. It wasn't in secret, or we weren't discreet about it or anything.
I think that he cannot give her that ring. He cannot show her that ring. So the ring would have to be sold, destroyed, or not in his possession, I think, ultimately.
Or it's used as proof that Carla was with Eamyt.
I mean, let's just put an innocent situation where both squires passed out drunk. She's in a position to get back to the camp. Sir Emmett's passed out drunk. Remove the key or the ring from his neck. Make a big scene. Obviously she made a scene. If it is a setup, then she made a scene so that there were witnesses.
And
you know,
it could be that she lured.
the father behind this, and Sir Ordrin is innocent. The father obviously dislikes Sir Eamyt.
It could be possible that Carla lured Rold away, and then thinking the camp was empty, came back to take things. We were back asleep, but drunk, so she tried to anyways, and while taking the ring, Sir Eamyt woke up, grabbed at her, and that's why her bodice is torn. There could be a lot of things that happened.
I think that we should somehow ask Carla for the ring back.
Yeah, I think we should.
I think Carla has the ring, would be my guess. But I don't know how to go about doing that. Amber Inn is not someplace three of us can go walking in and start rooting around. Does anybody get any ideas?
Well, you can go in.
Yeah.
You know, and you can ask questions and talk to people. You know, that's how else does the Thieves Guild get its patrons?
It's for sure going to cost us, though.
Maybe it's one of those things where you just like bribe her and get it back, or maybe it's a discreetly follow her into the alleyway and shiver. No,
if it
that's the Assassin's Guild. I'm sorry.
If it is Sir Audrin involved, I'm worried the most we could accomplish is just getting her to.
He was with you at the feast.
Quiet. Yes.
So,
and he was smoozing with all the nobles, and he was very public in his alibi.
Yes. With how well connected he is, if he is involved in this, alibi or not, I think the most we could get her to do is not say anything more. I don't think we could get her to recant. That would put a target on her back.
Well, she would have to have, obviously, protection well beyond us. She would have to have the protection of the church or, royalty to protect her. And it's very possible that Sir Ordrin is a contender for the same hand in marriage, but that he is at heart an honorable man, and that the father is the one orchestrating these events, and that Ordrin is completely innocent, even though we don't like him, Or
maybe it's a third party, and they're hoping to start a fight between Ordrin and Eamyt.
I think it's Mr. Rhodes.
He may be our in there. He owes us. We didn't put him on trial, and we even paid him. So
and he's dry.
So maybe we could seek him out.
Sir Brant to help us. Let's go get Sir Brant's ghost. We need.
There you go. There you go. He can get into places you can't get into.
So we're going into the hole?
Yeah.
And I've got a mining hat on.
We are.
You're going into the hole to find the ring.
Into that hole at some point. I don't think it's before the melee.
The most roundabout way to get us down in that hole.
We're gonna get in that hole. Trust me.
I'm not letting us leave without it.
Well, Carla is available. She works for coin if you need to get into a hole.
Right. But see, so I think. Go ahead
and be bribed. I think with enough, if we can't vaguely threaten her enough, it may be possible to buy the truth out of her.
I don't think we should.
And I don't mean
threaten her.
Not threaten.
Oh no, I don't mean threaten to hurt. I just mean just a little hey, if these are false charges, you could get yourself in trouble. Kind of a speech, nothing that anybody would think out of line.
I think we should go to the Amber Inn, try to meet with her, and ask to buy the ring back. No questions asked. We won't bother her again.
Well, Bernier, I think if you do go to the Amber Inn, be careful. You know, they're rough there, and understand that in about an hour or so, I'll be jousting, and I expect you to be there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just to help and to assist with the the sideline duties. So we got about an hour, and I'm making my way to the lists, and I'll see you hopefully on the field. And he gets his horse, and Rald helps him, and they carry their armor and walk off into the distance on their way to the list. Did you guys want to go to the Amber Inn?
How much time do we have before the
1 hour
forward?
Approximately.
It's not a lot of time.
No.
I'd hate to go and start a conversation with her and then have to leave. You know, I would prefer us, if we need to,
What if we
wear
go,
her down.
What if we just go and ask to see Carla for business, and just ask her to think about it, and that we would meet her somewhere tonight if she wants to exchange that for the money, because it's just money anyway. No questions asked.
That's a good idea. Gives her time to think about doing the right thing.
We just go there, try to say, if you have the ring, we want to just buy the ring back.
I think
I like
we
that.
need to go see her before the match.
Okay.
If she took
Do
the
it.
ring, she's probably holding it because that's, inconspicuous. No one's going to look there. If it is Sir Audrin or someone with similar motives involved, then I think if Eamyt wins this next match, she will be instructed to come forward with the ring as proof that this happened.
Let's go do that, because she might just say, I don't have the ring anymore, and that changes things.
Yeah. So I think the risk of missing the match is worth it here.
I don't think it's going to take an hour.
No,
It
We
might.
should just do this and then leave and come back to the tournament.
I think
Now,
it'll give her time to think about it too.
Mhm.
Yeah. And even if we do miss the match because of it, I doubt Sir Eamyt would be mad if we came back with the ring.
We'll be there in time to see
Pretend
part
that
of
we
it
saw it.
if we have to. I've done that before. That was great.
It's very weird. On my map, I don't know if it's on yours as well, all the names of all the places have disappeared in the middle. The outer edges, they're there.
Right. Yes.
But
But we know where it is right here.
Yeah, it's like this building down here.
Isn't it that one?
Yeah, I think it's this
Are
one.
they on the map layer?
Yeah, that's what I was. Remember, this is a new map layer
Update.
and it looks like it got rid. No, it wouldn't have been because I showed you all the names of everything. But yeah, I don't see any. Now, I'm going to try clicking the map and putting it to the rear.
That's what I was going to suggest.
Yeah, I was just goofing around on Roll20 right before this game, and they started messing with these new tools, and I couldn't figure them out at first. It's going to take time.
Yeah, token layer, map layer. Okay, 2 back. Yeah, that didn't do anything. I would have put them on the token layer. Okay, there's something here that my map just grabbed.
If it helps, I am unable to in any way select the remaining place names. So if they're gone, we didn't do it.
Right, there is something.
They're tiny now.
Yeah, there's something that it grabbed. And it's got it under aerial. And I moved it over here to the Ona Sceptrum. How about if I put it on the GM layer? Nope. Okay. So if I go to the GM layer, Yeah, there's something there that it's grabbing. Oh, let's do this. No, they're gone. I'll just have to recreate it. No worries. But you know where it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you guys take your selves. Let me get back to the token layer. Maybe you got moved to the lighting layer. Okay.
I've done that.
Okay, so you go on down to the inn. When you get to the inn, okay, hold on. There should be a players folder. There should be a player. Okay, maybe it's a handout. Town map. Oh, it would be blank. Okay, that would be blank map. Okay. But anyway, when you get to it, you'll see that the doors are closed. There's no sound coming from within the inn. Normally you would hear people milling about, or there would be some kind of activity or music maybe even. But yeah, there is no sound at the inn.
Are the doors locked?
They are locked. Just a second, let me double check this. The doors, yeah. The Amber Inn doors are locked.
Can I hold my ear to the door just to see if I can hear anybody inside?
Yeah. Make an awareness test with a -20.
Oh, we try to be really quiet.
I don't.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, so you hear the sound of a mouse scurrying across the floor.
Guys, they got mice in there.
I'll walk around to the back of the building and just see if there's any signs of anything odd. Anything else there? People? Back door?
I mean, there are people in town. There are people wandering the streets and stuff like that. But there's nobody like leaning up against the wall, or
Nobody else.
No bandits waiting. Yeah.
Is there a way into the back? Door?
Let me check my Amber Inn map.
Mm-hmm.
While he's doing that, I'm going to see if I can eyeball any prostitutes, and we can ask them if they'd seen Carla.
There are windows, and they're all shuttered.
Okay.
But there's only the main door at the front.
What's the shop next to it? Or the building next to the Amber Inn? Here. The second one.
Okay. Give me a moment.
Yes, sir.
No.
Well, you must.
Oh, okay.
First of all, let me get back to the Let me get back to the Olocon map so I'm not like staring at the wrong thing. I'm scrolling. There we are. We're looking at number 11 being the Amber Inn. That's the building that your token is in. And then the surrounding buildings are all just various types of shops or dwellings, town folk, stuff like that. They are basically unnumbered.
Right. Are any of these actual places that are upon the same plaza, basically, that are open to the public? Businesses or nothing around it?
Yeah, the Mezzanine Road or whatever, that whole area is Nothing. There is two. The closest two points of interest are these. Let me get to my arrow. I guess that would be the measuring tool. Yeah. These two buildings right here. This little one here and this one. See these two? Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Those two, that's 24 and 25, which is... The 24 is the brothel, and 25 is a mercantiler. The mercantiler looks like... Okay, they sell all different kinds of things.
Is this the first one you'd come to as the mercantiler? We don't have the numbers.
Right. Yeah, the brothel is the one further in the back.
Yeah, I expect that the case. We'll just kind of walk over to the mercantiler and poke my head in the door. Is there somebody in there?
Yeah, there's a family running the place.
Excuse me, but is the Amber Inn normally closed this time of day?
It is early morning.
Well, no, it's like later in the morning, but no, I mean Chinar, he will close from time to time, like if he's got to go into town to do shopping or make arrangements. Usually he would just leave his employees working the inn.
Yeah.
But from time to time he will close. I mean, it's not, we all have, our own personal time, or we have to do shopping and stuff, so.
But it is, the attorney's going on, so this is the best time to make money. I think he would do his best to try to stay open if he could, right?
Absolutely. I 100% agree. So are you interested in any parchment or maybe a fur rug? He shows you a white bear rug.
Nice.
It is
Classy.
it is like a polar bear kind of thing, but it's not. It's not a polar bear. It's an actual like brown bear, but its skin it's completely white. And he says, "Oh, I got this fur in all the way from Orball."
Do you buy furs from anybody, or do you deal with a guild to get your furs? Like if I were to go hunting and come in with some nice pelts, can I sell them to you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's
I'm
go
just trying to make money,
tournament.
guys. Just trying to make money.
Thank you, sir. We'll come back and check this out for sure later.
And I also have some, and he points over right here. I got ivory as well. If you're looking, this one is a walrus ivory.
Nice. We have an appointment, guys. Let's go.
And don't forget this one right here. I have whale oil as well.
We leave.
Okay.
He's hard pressing us for a sale.
Right.
You gotta keep.
Next thing he's got a used car in the back right now.
Let's see if on our way back we can eyeball any prostitutes and ask them if they see Carla.
As you walk out, he says, "Now, if you're interested for work, Brulin might be needing additional hands because I hired him to check on my overdue caravan."
Okay.
Overdue caravan, huh?
Brulin.
He's the mercenary.
Okay.
He has a mercenary company that he runs.
Yeah, we saw that.
And I also have dyes if you need to dye any of your equipment.
We've already left.
Okay.
We're on our way to the tournament.
You guys may have had to pull me out the door because all of that stuff was genuinely interesting.
It is interesting, but
no, we've got so many hooks here. I feel like, yeah, we got a lot of things we can do once this tournament's out of the way, man. Prostitute. Let's see if we can find one.
I thought you were going to the tournament.
we are.
Oh, just walk in. If we can see a prostitute, say, "Have you seen Carla?" Because this is such a small place; they've got to all know each other.
Okay, so you walk by the brothel. Basically, you just go into the alleyway where the brothel's door is. There are no people there. There is a sign, and it's basically a Walmart smiley face.
I'm not gonna go in.
It's a sign with a face and a big smile on it.
So they probably then don't walk the streets. They have a place where.
Well, this is the brothel. These are not prostitutes.
Right.
They're high class.
Right.
Right.
Escorts. They're like escorts, exactly.
I told you they were trying to sell a car.
All right. So we won't find him. I was thinking we might find him walking the streets, but you're right. If there's a brothel,
well, there might be. There would be prostitutes walking the streets.
But I don't know if I would necessarily. I don't want to go up and accuse some other lady of being a prostitute. That would not be good.
Right. And they might be. Think of it like the brothel being the prostitute guild, and these and streetwalkers as being independents. There might be competition, or it might have something to do with class as well. Okay, so you guys make it to the what I put you over there, and then all of a sudden it moved on its own. Okay, you guys are in the jousting field. You can see that Sir Eamyt is ready. Sir Ordrin is on the far side. Looks like he's getting ready. Sir Eamyt looks like he's a little concerned. He's got things on his mind, and you can tell that he keeps making awareness tests.
He's jousting Sir Ordrin?
Yes. That's their match. And he's constantly looking into the gallery to see if Lorelli is there, and she is not.
Can I get up close to him to say anything to
Absolutely. You would be the one to hand him his lance and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah.
I just say I can see that you're looking for, Lady Ebria, but you need remember to try to stay focused. This is a very important match for you, and try to put everything else out of your mind except for just this joust.
Okay. Absolutely. Yeah. Stay focused. And he bangs his chest and slaps his arms, and he's like, "Okay, get this thing. We're gonna make this happen." And then
I'm not gonna mention anything that we were doing. I don't want to distract him any further.
The herald gets out there, makes his announcements, and says, "We have, the squire from down under, and then we have, the knight from down under, and the rapist."
Oh.
And he's like, literally, the herald says this.
Therapist,
and then
the
Sir Eamyt just loses his shit on the horse, and he kicks it, and the horse starts charging forward, and so does Sir Ordrin's. And that's the opening ceremonies. I'm on the wrong page. Okay, give me a second.
That is the wrong page.
Yeah, I would say it would be very far behind. The melee, nope, that's not what we're doing. The 16th? Is that where we're at?
Now he's somebody he can challenge to fight. He can challenge the announcer.
That's right.
Trial by combat, sir. I'm going to be trial by combat, and first chance I get, slap somebody with my glove.
Lorella is not in the gallery. Sir Eamyt is distraught. He stands falsely accused. Ring is gone. She is gone. And so is his confidence. On the third pass, victory goes to Sir Ordrin. Okay, so the Sir Eamyt, falls off his horse, and you can hear Sir Ordrin go up to him and says, "You have been found weighed and measured and found wanting."
See, that leads me to believe I'll whisper to my comrades that this man has no honor. He can't win gracefully and with the code of a knight. That's just ridiculous.
And the herald makes an announcement immediately that Sir Ordrin has the winner, and he is advancing to round 8, where he will match Sir Cade Gamont. And the crowd goes wild.
Is the number 1 seed still in the competition?
That's him, Sir K. Gamont.
Okay.
Was last year's champion, right?
Oh boy, he looks intimidating. Is
Yes.
that the Black Shield?
It is not. Sir Ordrin's the Black Shield. Sir Cade is very proud, and he is very vocal about who he is and how great he is, and he's not humble at all. And that's going to be later in the afternoon, because there are 2 rounds today. You got the morning round, and then you got round 8 in the afternoon. Okay, so Sir Emmett's back. He's, a little bit injured. His soul is injured. His honor has been injured, and he personally has been injured because he was knocked off his horse. He's picking himself up. Congratulates Sir Ordrin in a hard-fought match, and I wish you all the luck against Sir Cade. I know it's going to be a tough match, but I'll be sure to watch to see how you do, and I can't say that I will be cheering you on, but I will be here to watch. And then he comes back to you guys, gathers your belongings. You gather your belongings, and then you start making your way off of the list. At this time, I almost called him Sir. It's habit. No. Kecklin.
The Hunchback.
The Hunchback.
Oh, he foretold death for us, didn't he?
Yeah,
Repeatedly.
Kecklin. He approaches you guys, and he's got something in his hands. Why is he not there? Maybe because I've got people in multiple places. I need to consolidate this. I think I have him in Olocon. Personalities. Yeah, Kecklin, the Hunchback. He approaches. He has something in his hand. And he says, "Oh, Sir Knights, Sir Knights.
Mm-hmm.
My understanding is you were interested in the Ona Septrum, and I tried to tell you the story off of memory, but I went and I found my papers, and if you want, I can share them with you, and you can return them whenever you feel like you're done with them."
Where would we find you to return them?
Everyone knows me. I live just off of the map. I live outside of town in a shack, in the woods. Everybody knows where I live. It's not far. It's like less than a mile away from the town. I come into town frequently to shop and buy food and stuff like that, but everyone knows me. But and I'm not coughing, and he doesn't have a raspy voice. Okay.
It's a miracle.
It's a miracle. He has a piece of paper and okay, you've already seen that. Messages and notes. Okay, here we go. Let me make sure this is it. Okay. Okay, so you want to, other than just looking at the picture, you'll probably want to read the text. Just scroll down. That our Lord who dwelleth below took up the corpse of a great fish, took also an alder of the forest, and Monongai from caverns deep. No, hold on. Monongai, yeah, from caverns deep, and yeah, so you can read it. So this is the Marath. You wanted to know a little bit about the Marath, and this is the art.
Okay. I don't like that.
Wow, that's.
And
Somebody
he walks away like he's feeling confident that he provided you with the tools needed, and and he leaves.
Well, for what it's worth, that God that makes these didn't like him, didn't turn out like he wanted. So maybe he's not as tough as he wanted to. I take it that's what the writing means.
It depends how big a Marath is. If it's the size of a dog, it's no big deal. If it's the size of, 2 horses, it might be a big deal.
Literally.
Yeah.
It's got to at least fit in that hole.
If it's tiny, it'd be cute. You could keep it as a little pet.
This thing is ugly.
No, it's not. It's
Just
got
like
character.
I hate it.
It's not so disturbing that fire is coming out the tail. It's just that the tail has teeth. That's a little bit funky.
I mean, it's smiling. You guys are looking at it all wrong. It's saying hello.
Kill it.
Saying pet me.
I will pet it very firmly with my gauntlet. It's like a frog turned inside out.
235.
Yes, that too.
This is very old. What is it, year 700 something?
720.
So, oh my gosh, I didn't realize it was that long ago. 500 years ago.
Almost.
Yeah.
I have one last handout that you would all love. You can find this. Any herald would be easily describing this to you. It is the handouts. I think I put it under lore. Yep, this is it.
Derek, I'm assuming the way things work is if we were, say, we went into this hole and we recovered the jewels in this magical scepter and all these things, they wouldn't belong to us. They would all belong to the king, right? Like, doesn't the king own everything in his realm? Like, you can't hunt, you can't dig up resources, or you. I mean, everything really belongs to him, right?
Yes and no. If it's yes, like even you belong to him, but you don't. It's not normal that the king would take possession of your belongings. Like he doesn't take your sword into his possession, right? It's just he owns it.
Well, these are crown jewels, so I'm assuming he's not going to let us keep crown jewels because they would be the property of the crown.
Right, right. Yeah. Yeah. So if you were to like, I don't know, as an example, let's just say you went into a cave somewhere and there was an ancient relic of a sword that has been missing for 500 years, and it's like a symbol of the king, and you recover it. Of course, he's going to want to get it back, right? But let's say it's an ancient relic from a dwarven kingdom. The king's not going to care, and he's not going to ask for that back. He's going to let you have it. Even though it's his, he's not going to. It's not going to be a, I want everything in my coffers at all times. No.
If we recover those jewels, we could try to take them back to the king directly and then get to the heart of this whole
maybe get a reward.
King. Well, the queen would suck them up. We got to get them to the king. We got to find out king's hands.
That might be harder than you think. He's down in Tishal. He's sick. He's in his bedchambers, you know. He's been there for a long time. Nobody's seen him in a long time. Okay, so Keklin's gone, and he gave you the little tome. Is this piece of paper that he handed you is super old. It looks like a few hundred years old probably.
Who's going to take it? Keep it on him?
As the reader of the group, I guess I will.
A person who can read? Okay.
Oh, you can read?
I have, my language skills are at 81. 83
Okay.
for script.
I thought I was the only one who took it. Okay.
No, but you can take them. It's fine with me.
No, Bernie's the illiterate.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But he's got brothers.
It looks like magic to me.
Right.
I'd need to take downtime to start to learn that. It would take a long time.
Right.
You know. And we're not in any position to take downtime for learning things like that right now. So.
Right. If you have someone teaching you, you can spend your hour a day learning how to read and write.
Yeah, I could do that with you if that's a skill you wanted to work on.
I think let's keep that in the wings for later. We've already been working on broadsword this month as our fighting skills. I hate to interrupt it. I think you can only do one at a time.
No, you can do all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
You have 30 days, but you have to. Certain skills require a certain number of days before you can roll for them. Mm. And I do believe that reading and writing is a 30-day process. I think it might be more.
So that'll be the whole month.
It would be the whole month. Yeah. Well, but that doesn't stop you from spending points on other skills.
Yeah.
Well, that's like
Okay.
the hour a day you dedicate. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you can have multiple skills you're training in that hour. Okay, I'm gonna actually.
We'll write words on our swords and hit you with them. And if you get them wrong, that's when we'll hit you with them. So
I can read ouch, look out, duck.
yeah, we'll start with the easy one. So we'll just write. We'll write sword. We'll write words on everything we're wearing.
It's like a primer of life.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, give me a second. Let me find reading and writing, communication,
I
script.
think between the two of us, we can help you get some reading and writing done. As an adult, I think, it can go pretty quick. So it's.
And I mean, I've even been, I've used a couple of my hours working on my script, so it's not like we're not already doing some stuff like that.
Okay, a character either knows a script or does not know it. A new script can be opened after a month of training by a teacher with a minimum of 90 in their skill.
Oh no!
So we just need to bump up ours a little bit more.
The student
And then-
must expend 30 points, and then it just opens.
So that's your whole month.
I think that this is one of those times where I find a school and take a month out. Somehow we do a month of downtime and come back.
Yeah.
No, if one of the players ever get to 90, then they can be that teacher.
Okay, yeah, but don't spend your points on that just on my account. If you've got other things you'd rather put your points into, that's what I'm getting.
Oh yeah. I wasn't.
Because it's not that important that I read.
And just
away. It's
teach
just
him
long-
Dwarvish.
Yeah.
But I know you don't have anywhere near a 90 in Dwarvish, I wouldn't think.
Kudzu, I have. There's that probably communication. Kuzan, I have 13.
And how often do you use it? Very rarely.
We'd be making old age rolls by the time.
That's right.
Well, that's why it's a 13.
All right, so you guys go back, you rest up. He's bandaged up or applied some salves over his wounded heart, and then it's time. Lunch happens. You guys finish lunch. People walk by and they make snide comments about how rapists never win, and then they were glad that he's out of the tournament. Most of them got eliminated earlier because there's only 8 people left in the tournament, right? So almost everybody here are losers as well. So, and it's pretty much time for Sir Ordrin's joust. You guys can go watch or you can wait.
Oh, we should watch it. Let's go watch it.
Yeah.
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 Because Sir Emmett's going, so
Yeah,
we would
Sir
go
Emmett's
with
going.
him. Yeah,
That's-
we don't
that's-
want it.
That's right. Okay, so later that afternoon, round 8 is fought. Sir Ordrin is on the far side again, and you get at this point you guys are in the standing room only on the sides. You guys are in the sidelines, and on the first pass, Sir Ordrin is dehorsed. And he dusts himself off, And it's like, crap, I lost. I'm out of it. And the herald announces the last year's champion continues on to round 4, which would be on the next day, right? The 17th, the semifinals and finals will take place. And then after, it's now later in the afternoon, you all basically return back to the camp. And what would you guys like to do after that? Basically, it's almost dinner time. It's almost time to... Now, Sir Ordrin's not going to... Or Sir Emmett's not going to pack up and leave. He's curious to see who wins. He's going to watch the bouts, because now it becomes interesting. This is the playoffs. You know, these are the good teams. You know, these are the guys that have skill, and maybe he can learn something. Or plus we got our melee coming up soon. So yeah. And that's why most of these losers are still here, is because they're participating in the melee.
Sir Emmett, you still intend to fight with us in the melee?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll need a 5th. So I don't know if you have anybody in mind, or if we're just to see, someone will get assigned to us, because there'll be extra people.
Well, it's not common, but I can bring Rald with us as an alternate. Each knight is allowed one non-knight to accompany them in their team. So, or each team is allowed one non-knight. So Rald can come with us if we don't find another 5th. But then again, I don't
get Brevlin.
I don't think anybody wants to team with us.
Let's go get Brevlin. He's a mercenary.
He's not a noble.
But a squire's not noble.
Yeah, they are.
Or are they?
They are.
They are?
They
Okay.
are. Yeah.
Well, they'll assign us a 5th, won't they? And you say that? I mean, if there's...
Oh, you can fight with less than 5. You can go in as a team of 1 if you want.
Okay.
I imagine that's not recommended.
Yeah,
probably not. You need somebody to watch your back.
It's kind of just ceremonial, because it doesn't really matter, because you're all on the white team, right? There's one large team, and you're just part of that.
Oh,
and,
right.
And we are like a unit inside the large team.
Well, no white knights will attack white knights until all the red are gone, right?
No. Once all the red are gone, the tournament's over.
Oh, okay. So it's not last man standing. It's last team standing.
Correct. Last side standing. And then at that point, the herald announces who the champion is based on what he witnessed.
Well, Sir Emmett, we would be glad to have Rald in if you want him. Otherwise, it's your choice.
That's fine.
I mean, he can take a hit.
Yeah. If he wants to.
He can hold our banner.
Mm-hmm.
I turn and punch his shoulder. Yeah, he can.
Okay. All right, so dinner is cooked. It's a little bit of pork, and a little bit, not bacon, but more like Canadian bacon, just strips of pork.
Oh yeah.
And some mashed potatoes.
Is today the 16th or the 17th now?
Today is the end of the 16th.
Okay. So tomorrow we're free to try and finish what we're doing. Oh well, I mean to investigate further about things we're interested in. So
That's right. And then later tonight, we should attend the second day of the feast.
no more drinking.
That cannot be
You're
a
not
rule.
my father.
That can't be a rule. Because there's nothing else to drink.
Drink.
V8.
We'll drink small beer.
Yeah, near beer.
Yeah. I mean, we can. There's ale. There's mead. There's wine. There's something else. I'm trying to think what the thing is. There's like
small beers just for
elderberry wine. No, there's
Vinegar.
no. There's this other thing.
I mean, you could drink. If you get to a fast-moving stream, you could drink the water. That would most likely be about the safest thing you could drink.
Yeah, water is. It's not poison. I mean, of course, it's just not normal because of bacteria and stuff like that. So a lot of people will like boil their water or mix in herbs or something to give it some kind of flavor. It's very weird. There's no tea really, but there are herbs.
It's like tea, but without tea leaves.
Yeah, it's like tea, but not from
Herb
Earth.
tea.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so
Well,
then
you can make dandelion tea.
so you guys head on over to the feast, and you everybody's there. Sir Ordrin's there. The Cade is there. A lot of other knights are there. The priests and priestesses of Lorani are there. It's just a big feast. People kind of milling about. There are a bunch of ladies, unattended ladies. You will see that Lorella is not there.
Is her father?
No.
Is Carla?
No. She wouldn't be allowed.
That was disdainfully answered.
I do want to ask Sir Eamyt if he has any intentions to try to seek, her out to try to explain, or if he thinks it's a lost cause at this point.
I don't think that I would be able to do anything like that. I was hoping that you guys, being outsiders, like what's the word? Like
Removed from
impartial, right, would be able to resolve this. But I still hold out that you guys would be able to solve this. Maybe if you have to go into the Onisceptrum. No, I'm just playing. No one that goes in there ever comes out, so.
Oh, but I will.
Okay.
Of course, we're different.
No, just me.
Special. Well, then
Okay.
you go by yourself. Then, if you're the only special one.
That's right.
No. I'm special because my brothers. But I am more special because I have cooler brothers than you guys do.
Are there servants at the feast?
Yes.
Is there a servant that would be male between the age of 14 and 18?
Yes.
Oh, no.
I'll take, when the one comes by, I'll take him on the side and I'll say, why was the Amber Inn closed today?
Is this a test?
Yeah.
I failed.
Do you know? No.
I don't know.
Do you know who would know? Do you know who would know?
Maybe the Amber. Maybe the innkeeper.
Okay.
I mean,
So
I don't know.
That's a pass. You pass. Thank
Oh,
you.
ooh, good. And then he scurries off.
Study next time.
Okay, so after the feast, remember this feast tomorrow is the final day of the feast. It's a 3-day celebration. Sir Eamyt is not wasted. Okay, he has had a few to drink, but he's not slurring his speech and all that. Same as you. You guys all you've retained your faculties because you're on high alert. Paranoia is rampant in your group. And you head on back to your campsite. Rald is there this time. And he welcomes you back. He assists Sir Eamyt into finding his bed and helping him with taking his armor off, and he'll even help you guys, even though he's not your squire. Do you accept his help?
I wouldn't do it. I'd say, I've got this. Thank you.
No, sorry, no. We can't have a squire even temporarily for the first year. You'll come to this point too.
Okay, you can see that Sir Eamyt is very, not very. He's pleased at your response. He knows that you guys are in your first year and
Training wheels.
And right, you're not supposed to accept help like that.
Right.
And before he turns in, he says, "I have high hopes. We've got."
Could I say one thing to the person though, and say, we may not be looking. You couldn't squire for us, but if you wanted to, if my brothers would agree, you could accompany us, and we could judge you on your merits. And after a year, you could be accepted as one. But yeah, I mean, that way we would have a porter. Not really.
He's already a squire.
Oh, is he? He's squiring. He's squired.
Eamyt Squire, yeah. Sir Eamyt Squire.
It was Sir Rold. Oh,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was Squire Rold, yes.
My bad.
Yeah, no worries. He before he turns in, he says, "We've got tomorrow. Again, I will probably get in the way of any investigation that you guys might perform, but we've got the 17th." So, and then he falls asleep.
Eamyt did?
Yeah.
He's
right in the middle of a sentence, okay. And then he just starts passed out.
I'll ask Squire Rold.
Yeah, he's there.
Have you heard anything about the Amber Inn, why it's closed from anybody today? Did you?
No, I mean, I haven't been out of the camp really. I've only been there once, and and he says this as he takes the blanket and he puts it over Sir Eamyt. But no, I've only been there once. It seemed like just any other inn that we've ever been to or anything. I'm not really an innkeeper kind of person, so I wouldn't know. I would assume that it would be bad business to close during the tournament.
Maybe we go check them out now that it's nighttime.
I was gonna say it's a possibility we could go there now and even stop by the brothel if we wanted, if we have time, and try to seek her there.
Let's just wander in. Can we wander to the Amber Inn?
Sure.
We'll do that. If you don't mind, you guys want to do this, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't think we're going to find her in that brothel. I think that she wouldn't have chambers at the Amber Inn, I think, if she had anything to do with that brothel.
The Sir Emmett has done nothing but go out of his way to try to help us. I think we owe him.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't. Does the Amber Inn have rooms? I got the impression it was just a drinking and eating establishment.
It's an inn, which means it has rooms.
It has rooms. Okay.
Yeah.
You were thinking it's just like a tavern or something, but no, it's
Right.
it's an inn. It's got a 2-story. It's got an upstairs, and the floor. When you look up, when you're in the inn and you look up, you can see the floor. There's gaps in the wood. You can actually see people upstairs walking around.
Nice.
Like when there's someone up there with a light, it shines through the floor. You know, the wood is not cut perfectly straight. You know, it's kind of got gaps in it and stuff.
If you hear a broom, cover your drink.
Exactly. Yeah. Or yes. But you're not going to hear a broom. I don't think they own one. But okay, so yeah, so you go to the Amber Inn. It's probably close to 10, maybe 11 at night, if there was clocks. So it's right before midnight. You get to, which there aren't. So you get to the inn. It's got lights on the inside, and you can hear people on the inside. There is activities, like it's open.
Let's walk in. Just.
Yeah, you go in. There's a bunch
We're
of.
going to take extra pains to keep the coin purse under watch, like a hand on it.
Okay.
Not going to do that again.
Once bitten, twice shy.
Yeah, so there's a bunch of patrons in the Amber Inn. And there's the innkeeper and the serving wenches and stuff like that. There are a few prostitutes. None of them are Carla.
Is the innkeeper? Ask the innkeeper if we can have a space to sit. Is there some place to sit?
Oh yeah. There's
Okay.
Yeah, and so would you guys like something to drink, or what's going on there?
Nail.
Yeah. Yep.
It looks like you've had quite a bit to drink already, but if you want some more, absolutely.
Yeah, the party starts here. No,
I have definitely been drinking very little, but obviously I had to drink some. But
Yeah.
I don't intend to get intoxicated.
At least we're going to order a drink, even if we just sip from it a little bit. I don't want to be in here without a drink, and it would make no sense.
Right. So you only want like
An ale.
right, which is 1 farthing.
Okay.
So one silver will get all 3 of you, well, or 3/4 of a silver will get you a drink.
I'll go ahead and pay the guy 1 silver. 1 silver.
Okay, so it's a little bit of a tip.
Little bit of a tip.
Okay.
And as he starts to leave, I'll say, "Inky,
Yes.
is Carla here today?"
She's
Available?
been in and out. She's currently not here right now, but no, she does work here. She's very busy. I mean, she gets a lot of work, but she's not here right now. Make a intrigue roll. Nope, rhetoric roll.
Not me. Oh my God. Oh God. Gear Lorani, if there was ever a time to help me.
come on, one.
Is it just him, or can
Just
we all
him,
do
just
it?
him, because he's
Okay.
the one talking to him.
Oh man. Give me a bonus. I'm on my knees with him. Modifier plus 30. Marginal failure.
Okay, he is withholding information.
Yeah.
That's what your failure tells you.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else says, "Oh, he's very open and honest." Yeah, this guy, he's obviously not telling you the whole story. He's shifty. his eyes dart around.
Sniping whiplash. The innkeep.
That's right. So,
guys, any ideas?
He says no.
Not him. Talking to the
He walks off.
quietly at the table.
He's busy. He can't be standing there talking to you all night. Especially if he's just going to be grilled.
I think we should just be direct and say that we're in the market for information.
Are we?
The thing is, I don't trust this innkeeper. He's got to know what kind of dirty deeds are going on here, and he's not going to tell us the truth about anything, I don't think.
Money talk? The only thing that talks louder than money is more money.
Well, they haven't invented bigger bills yet, so.
They've invented bigger piles of coin. And that is enough for me, I think.
Are you calling him over to ask him more questions? But this time with a pile of coins on the table?
No, is there waitresses?
There are.
We could call a waitress over and ask them.
This is the Amber Inn, right? Okay.
Yes.
I'm scrolling.
I haven't seen a single dinosaur. No, that was out there. You know that.
It looks like the staff is the innkeeper and 4 serving wenches. And
okay.
Really? Hold on.
What?
Give me a second.
It's a trap.
It is the Amber Inn. Oh, really?
Yes.
Hmm? Really?
There's a perspective of the ground floor.
Wow.
And of course, this guy doesn't have art. I've got a character sheet. Okay, give me a second. Let me make a handout. His name is Tenar. Okay. Portraits. Okay, which one is he? Okay.
I like the Roman shields in the artwork.
Very imperial.
An imperial land, or is it the round one? Like a Velit's imperial.
So that's Tenar, the innkeeper, and just as a general overview, I'm not going to show you a picture of every one of them. I'm going to call Amber Winch. There are multiples. Maybe I put it under N as well. Oh, I did. None of those are right. Okay, so give me a second.
There's chickens in the inn. I hear them.
Yeah. Yeah. It's where they get their eggs.
Place has everything.
Okay. Okay, that wouldn't be right. That is not right. Okay, must be the innkeeper. Art. There we go. So there you go. So they're
Okay.
just your standard old innkeeper in wenches. Nothing out of the unusual.
Can I get the attention of the barmaid?
Absolutely. There's like 4 of them running around.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Lord?
If you can get a message to Carla for us, I'll pay you for it.
Oh, absolutely. What would you like me to
Just-
tell her? She's in here almost every day, so yeah. I haven't seen her today though. I think she's pretty busy, with the influx of all the customers.
Okay.
What kind of message would you like me to give her?
I'd like you to tell her that there's some gentlemen here in the tape. Is it possible to talk to her now, to go to her chambers and find out if she's available?
Did I not just say she's not here?
She's not here.
Yeah, she's not here right now. I don't know where she's at. She's very busy. A busy woman. With all the influx of all the people, she has gotten a lot of business.
Does she work here at the Amber Inn or at the brothel? Or both?
She usually works in the inn here.
Okay.
She's not an employee of the brothel.
I understand.
She's kind of a
Freelancer.
like a freelancer, like a streetwalker.
I'd tell her that the knights with Sir Eamyt would like to do discreet business.
I heard Sir Eamyt was he's a violent one.
That may be, but we would like to do some discreet business with Carla.
Okay,
We'd
so
like to buy something. Yes.
okay,
Just
so just let her know that you're looking for her.
Yes.
The Knights of
Right.
Sir Eamyt.
The knights that were with him.
Okay. Yeah,
Like to
absolutely. I can do that.
Some discreet
Yeah.
business.
Yeah, I can do that for sure. And so, what are you offering me?
I'll give her 5 silver.
Okay. You just her face lights up
Mm-hmm.
like she's super like whoa. Okay. This must be really important. I'll keep my eyes open and I'll see if, I'll look around for her for you if you want. See if I can find her for you.
Thank you.
Okay. She puts it in her little her what do you call it? Her apron has like a little pocket in it. She puts it in her apron.
I'm going to have tell Rhodes, that's in her pocket.
You don't see him.
Oh, okay.
He's not going to steal from his. You know, you don't steal from the hand that feeds
From
you.
his mom.
Yeah. Yeah, but there are a bunch of people here wanting to know why there are knights drinking in the Amber Inn.
Yeah.
You know,
Guys,
they're all like looking at you and keeping their eyes open. None of them are hostile. They're just wary. Like, you know.
I'm just between the three of us. I'll say I'm ready to leave if you guys want to get out of here.
Their conversations are very mundane. Like they're trying not to say something that would get them in trouble with the law. You know, that kind of stuff. It's like you're in a gambling hall, and then the cops come in and sit down at your table. You know, they just kind of they're whistling. You know, trying to be inconspicuous, but they're drawing attention to themselves. Yeah.
Well, if this doesn't bear any fruit, we can always try to talk to Squire Gorian, I guess. I don't know what we would...
Not at this hour, probably not at this hour. It's like midnight.
I understand that. There's a loss for leads, is what I'm thinking. Unless you guys got something else. There's not anybody else connected with us unless we go try to find a private detective or something in town here. I mean, if we reach out to Carla for the next 2 weeks and she's just never in, then that's not the lead that we can ever get to. Unless Rald is holding out on us. That leaves the Squire and Ordrin himself. Unless you think Lorella's dad is in on it. I don't know what we talked to Ogren about. Or Gorian, I mean. The Squire of Ordrin.
I think the only thing we could ask him is if he remembers anything that happened that night and kind of gauge how his answers, if they seem genuine. Because if he was blacked out too, then that means that he wasn't probably involved. You know, it was just.
It's worth a try. I think so, right? It's worth a try. All right, let's get out of this place. Let's go back to the pavilion.
And if it is Audrin, his squire might not be so cunning and may let something slip.
We don't know. That's why we need to talk to him.
Yeah.
Okay. I like it.
All right, you get back to the camp. It's fairly quiet in the campsites. There are some people walking around and doing their things, getting up, using the bathroom, stuff like that, but nobody's like up. There are a few knights that are up kind of whiling the night away, waiting and just having a good time. But usually it's pretty it's mostly quiet. And then you might find your way to your pavilion. You go to sleep, and I roll some dice.
You run into goblins.
Okay, the dice roller has changed, but that's okay. I rolled a really good number. Nice.
No such thing.
Yeah, it's a 19. And you wake up alive. That's good. Okay, so you are still alive. No one has entered the tent and slit your throats. You smell the breakfasts. The final 2 rounds are jousting today. The 4s and then the 2s, right? So, and then you'll have the winner. And there will be a high mass between the 2 rounds. Everyone is expected to attend.
Can we get to Gorian before the festivities?
You can, yeah, absolutely. Sir Ordrin is not competing, but he is still in the campsite, and you're welcome to go to his camp and look for his squire.
You guys want to go?
Yeah.
Okay. So you find his pavilion. It's not too hard. People can direct you to where it is. You get there. He's got his horses tied up outside. He's got a little campfire, and he's got a squire tending to his campsite. You don't see him anywhere. There we are, and there we are, and I don't think I've ever showed. Okay, I wouldn't have showed you that picture anyway.
Rude.
Yeah, it's like things have changed, or I never made it. Okay, I don't know. Personalities. Yeah, well, luckily the character sheets haven't been gotten rid of. That's a good thing. But his artwork is gone, so like handouts. Because I think I showed you this picture in the past, but I could be mistaken. It's a thing. Oh, now I find all the barmaids. Okay.
There's 10 of them just happened to walk by.
Yeah. Okay, we're changing the barmaid picture. Because that is not right. This is the correct one. And now that I found it, what I was looking for earlier. Yeah, there's the Amber Inn, and there's the serving and others. But that's not the picture I'm looking for. Would it be here?
I was going to say that's the squire I would want.
Right. This is Gorian Valoon. Varloon. Okay. And where are you, Gorian?
Probably next to the Bloody Inn.
Possibly. Okay, these are the knights.
Do you have the gore turned off on the filter?
Named NPCs. There he is. There you go. That's Gorian. And, yeah, you approach him, and he's like, Sir Knight? You're interrupting him. He's cleaning horses and stuff, but he stops to hear you out.
Hey, we wanted to thank you for taking care of Rold the other day. Good friends are important for a budding squire.
Oh, yes. Did he make it home in time? I mean, make it home all right?
Yeah.
I mean, he was enamored with one of the wenches at the Amber Inn, and they went upstairs.
Yeah. He gave us all the dirty details.
Okay.
So do you guys like hang out often at these tournaments?
No, I've never met him. This is the first time. He's a young squire. He's fairly new. And we don't usually have a lot of time away from our duties. So
what made you seek him out?
well, I didn't necessarily seek him out. I mean, I knew that our knights were friends, close, buddies, and I figured it would be, worth a beer or two to see if he's
How did you know about
friend
their great
material or
friendship?
whatever. What's that?
How did you know about their great friendship?
What do you mean? Our knights are always talking together. I just assumed they were good friends.
Oh, I was just asking if somebody had told you that, or if you just assumed that. That's all. I didn't know if anybody had told you about their long and illustrious friendship.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's long and lustrous. I mean, I know that they hang out, or not necessarily hang out, but they've had interactions in the past, and I saw Sir Emmett's knight just basically sitting at the fire, not doing anything. So I approached him and, convinced him to go with me to the inn. I didn't want to go alone. I didn't want to go alone.
That's a good spirit you've got.
Yeah, thanks. Go ahead and make a intrigue roll.
Who?
All of you. You all can do it.
Oh, cool. I don't get to do intrigue very often.
And with good reason.
Bernier's our intriguist. He always comes through.
Well, Bernier, he is just like everyone else in town. He's withholding something. You feel this way whenever you talk to somebody.
Yeah, I'm always, nobody tells me anything.
Yeah, he's withholding, or he's either embarrassed about what he did, or he's trying to conceal something.
Say, Gorian, I gotta have you level with me. There's something that's bothering me. What happened that night?
Okay.
Really bad.
Sure.
You and Raul made up and decided to go to the Amber Inn for a drink or two. This wench falls into his lap and they end up in his room. He spends the night there. How did that wench Carla know where the pavilion was and what and how to get to this to Sir Emmett's pavilion and pick it out of all of these pavilions in this camp to go and rob him and then accuse him of rape? How did she know that?
Well, it's not. He points at other pavilions, and he says, "That's Sir Gregor. That's Sir Oswald. And he's pointing at them, and it's not a secret because they display their heraldry all over the place."
Why was she looking for his tent?
Do you think a prostitute knows that heraldry?
I don't know what people know, but
Right.
why would she come looking for him? I don't. What I heard was that Sir Eamyt brought her back to his tent and had his way with her.
You know that didn't happen. You were there at the Amber Inn. And Rald was with her.
Well, I was only there till about midnight.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened after midnight.
Then where did you go when you left?
Back here to my camp and slept.
Was Carla acting in any way strange?
Yeah, she was all over Wald. She was like all up in his business. Like she was trying to, like she wanted to give him, she wanted the money.
Did she initiate their conversation, or did he?
I think she did. I think that's her job, though. I think she's paid to be that way. That's how she makes a living.
Like she picked him out of the room. A squire.
Well, he's young, virile, a 16-year-old lad. I think he's 16. I'm guessing on that.
I'll be quite honest with you,
sure.
Gorian.
Yeah.
You're a much more handsome lad than Rold is. Why wouldn't she have chosen you? Your silver's just as good as his, isn't it?
Yes, but now you've made me want to look to see what their looks are. So Gorian. Gorian.
We're gonna do a comparison here.
Has a comeliness of 0. No, I don't know. That's what CML is, right? That's comeliness.
I'm actually just going by the pictures, I guess. I'm not looking at their actual stats, so.
Yeah, of course not. And Rald has
is goofy looking.
Is goofy looking.
He looks like the bully in every teenage movie.
Who does? Rald?
Gorian.
Oh, right. Gorian does. Yeah. He's definitely.
He looks like the kid that beats you up at lunch and you got to get even. Yeah.
And that's kind of the impression you're getting from him.
Yeah.
He's kind of like not a nice guy. Or he's kind of like that captain. He's the captain of the football team, and he wanted to take the head cheerleader out and see what he was made of. Kind of a situation.
Dorian, when you left, they were upstairs and you didn't see them anymore. That's right?
Well, yeah, when they went upstairs, I lost contact with that. Squire Rald, there he is. Oh, he has a comeliness of 10. He is way better looking than Gorian.
He doesn't have a comeliness of 0. Gorian isn't like completely naughty. What's just a pair of shoes and a sword?
Apparently, his character sheet is not fully filled out.
Okay.
Because he does have a comeliness of 0 on my character sheet. But he has fair skin, medium brown, fair skin, hazel eyes.
Maybe
5'8", and Rald is 5'7", so he's an inch taller.
Foot taller.
No, an inch taller.
What? Think about it this way.
He's also 19, and Rald is 16.
Yeah, she's a weirdo. She's a pedo. So, what about this? If we could discreetly ask witnesses about that evening, if somebody could spot her leaving and she's by herself, the question is, how could Sir Eamyt have hired her if he's asleep, drunk, almost blackout drunk? He could barely walk. How could he have gone and hired her?
When she's in the room with Squire Rald. Makes no sense.
presumably he passed out drunk, and then she could leave the room, or maybe things just concluded and she left. But if somebody could say, "Yeah, I saw her leaving at X," well, there's no clocks, but
Well, there's morning, there's early morning, there's late afternoon. That's how time is kept.
yeah, I don't know. We're not investigators, but that
No.
might be.
Well, the problem is we're limited. We can't transgress normal etiquette. We can't go rifling through Ogren's tent. We can't.
That's right.
If we tried to do that and we got caught, it would be serious.
Well, we're going to get caught because the squire's standing right here. And if we threaten the squire, then that's a breach of ethics.
And there's neighboring knights all around.
Yeah, all over the place. So then the next thing is to start going from pavilion to pavilion and seeing if anybody saw her come in or saw him with her. I mean, this is way out of our wheelhouse at this point. So I'm at a loss as to understand how Eamyt thinks we're supposed to solve this, unless it's through violence, because that's what we have with us is violence.
You need to ask him what he's trying to beat.
We could beat Gorian up.
Just try and get him to tell us what he's not telling us, because you know he's holding something back, and threaten him with the code of honor. If he's shown to be not honorable, this is going to reflect poorly on his future prospects to be a knight. Nobody's going to trust him if he doesn't tell the truth. I mean,
yeah. Do you hear that, Gorian?
Okay,
I
you see, right? You see, Ordrin walk up to the tent, and he says, "Good morning, gentlemen. Gorian, let's head on into the tourney. The round is about to begin." And I want to make sure I'm there to witness it. And he's like, "Yes, sir. Let's right away, sir." And so they grab their stuff and they start heading towards leaving the campsite empty if you wanted to go rifling through it like a true knight.
Why don't we start to head back and then fall a little back behind, and then when they're well on their way, at least one of us goes back to the tent. A couple stand guard.
That's not a knightly thing to do.
I mean, if you really wanted to do that sort
you
of
can
thing,
you can do it, but that's not the way a knight would act.
I don't think the ring's not here anyway. I think she's got the ring. I think that was payment for her. She could keep the ring.
Like you say, there's no way he can use that ring. He can't keep it. If he's found with it, it's going to be nothing but trouble for him. So unless he is to say he found it, but that seems really suspicious and unlikely. So like you say, I think it was her reward for probably not.
I would imagine, but then I don't know what there is to solve.
You see a couple of also see a couple of town guards walking around in the noble camp. It's not unusual. They are there. They are there because when the nobles are away at the tournament, people like to rifle through other people's tents. So they're on guard watching the knights' tents.
I want to ask. I'm gonna approach the knights or the guards and ask them.
Sure.
If I know you're here while the campground is mostly empty. Are there guards here at night, or there's enough knights here to protect themselves in the nightly hours?
Oh no, we have patrols 24/7 or 24/10, I guess you would call
it. Are they? So on the evening that Sir Eamyt was accused of a crime, it doesn't seem that any guards came forward to say that they saw anything in particular of what happened. All the word was just from other people that were awoken by her screams. Why weren't there any guards that responded during the evening time.
Because
Would you know?
we're not everywhere all at once.
Sure. Okay.
We wander, we look, we patrol, but we're not everywhere.
But there's always somebody on guard, right?
There's always somebody in the camp walking around, right?
Okay.
It's
Do you
more.
know who?
Sometimes there's more. Usually there's more of us when the nobles are out at the tourney. At night, there's less of us because they're
You know who
back.
was working that evening, so that we could
Nah,
maybe
I don't
ask them
have that
some
kind of
questions.
I don't have that kind of information.
You weren't working that
No,
evening.
I'm kind of a day shifter.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
could
I
always go
mean,
talk to the captain. You know, he might have a roster. I don't know how he keeps track of it all. You know, hundreds of, well, maybe not hundreds, dozens of guards.
yeah, I don't know if that's a lead worth
You
following.
notice that the camp is almost completely empty.
Yeah, let's go to the tournament.
Okay.
Okay, so you find Sir Emmett. He's also going to the tournament, and it takes a minute for everybody to file in and find their place, and you know. And the top four do their joust, and they're after the morning joust. There are two remaining, Sir Cade and Sir Tim. Sir Tim is the challenger, and Sir Cade is the champion from the previous year. And Sir Tim obviously looks lucky, like he's young and upcoming. You know, he's not a veteran. He's just it's his youth that got him this far, really. You know, not more of that than his skill. Well, I guess youth can be a skill. He's dexterous, you know, leans halfway across the horse when he jousts. But yeah, he dodges. You know, he's able to not get hit. You know, that kind of stuff. Where Cade's more of a, I'm gonna hit you and I'm gonna knock you off your horse. You know, and that they have two different styles. And their tourney will be in the afternoon. Their joust will be in the afternoon. And in the meantime, there is going to be a sermon. It's a high mass. And it will be held at the Chelabin Hall. It's also the culmination of the third day of the feast. So basically it's going to be an afternoon feast. To finish the feast, the high priest will get up there and give a sermon, and then after that, then the final joust. It's kind of a celebration of the of chivalry and stuff like that. You know, it's basically just a big. It's not a party. It's more of like a. It's like the what do they call it? Like the prelude to the Super Bowl. You know, all these people talk. Maybe there's some bets placed. Maybe there's some, conversations, and they congratulate the two semifinalists or the finalists, and then they'll go out and have the big event. And Sir Eamyt's looking forward to it.
No Lorella's dad?
Her and her dad are not present. They, you haven't seen her in a day or so. Okay, so after that, everyone kind of, well, not everyone, but most of the people make their way to the Chelban Hall, where the feast is taking place. There are a number of spaces where you guys can take up seating around the tables. You'll notice that Sir Eamyt will walk up to the table. He finds a good spot where all four of you can sit, and Roald is actually with you guys for this. He's there as a standing behind, just kind of like observer. But when Sir Eamyt comes in and sits down, the knight that was sitting beside him gets up and moves position. And then the knight that's sitting across the table gets up and moves to another table, clearing out a nice space for you guys.
Yeah, it's convenient.
Making room for you guys. He's basically, you can tell without any intrigue roll, that he is being shunned by the other knights. And he says to you guys, have you found anything out? This is really eating at me.
All we have are speculations.
Okay.
No proof of anything.
Okay, well, I'm sure that you'll figure it out. I have all the confidence in you guys.
What do you think we are supposed to figure out exactly?
Well, who might have stolen my ring? Or her ring, or my ring? And maybe why Carla would say that I did what I didn't do. That's all. If we can find someone to charge, that would be the best.
I'll be honest.
Get the finger off of me and onto someone else.
I think that there's the two likeliest suspects. It's very difficult for us to really accuse them. I think that it's either her father or Sir Ordrin, and I'm leaning at this point more towards her father.
Well, her father doesn't like me, not because I'm a bad person, but because I have no station. I have no standing.
What?
What? Huh?
I'm gonna say she was. It was said that she isn't necessarily a very trustworthy person. That was one thing that was said about her.
Lorella?
What? No, Carla. I'm speaking of your accuser.
Oh, right. Well, she is a prostitute, so.
Well, you could be an honest prostitute. I guess I don't know if those are mutually exclusive, but probably not going together too often. Maybe she spoke to one of her confidants. If we could find a confidant of hers and find that a person that said, if she was hired by somebody to do this, which is speculation purely on my part.
Have you spoke to her?
We've been trying to, and we can't find her at this point.
Well,
almost as if she's intentionally trying not to be found.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, if you can if you find a friend of hers or whatever, or if you can find her, that might be the best. Yeah. I that sounds like a logical course of action.
That's what we're trying to do.
Okay. So the sermon starts, and without me getting up here and preaching, I'm just going to narrate and summarize what's being said. Because I don't want to, go on for an hour, it's thinly veiled, he's talking about honor and chivalry and, congratulating the knights who are morally fit and not and not immoral. They are strong in character and don't have a vice, where they might lose their faith or something like that. And so the sermon is about it's kind of, if you were to have to guess, it's about rape. Right? He's talking about how just because you're a knight and they're peasants, just because we're noble, we're above that. We're not. We can't allow the sins of the flesh to bring us down, and basically it goes on like that. And you kind of get the impression that it's directed at Sir Eamyt.
Really wishing I watched the movie The Last Duel now.
Not me. That's a horrible movie. Okay, so the crowd gets fired up, right? Well, it almost turns into a riot. And the attention is directed at Sir Eamyt. Some food gets thrown across the room. Some people get up. They shout, vulgarities at Sir Eamyt. It's like the priest did this on purpose, is what it seems like. Maybe not. Maybe it just got out of hand. And at that moment, the guard steps in. And when I say the guard, I mean a lot of them. They're holding the knights back, they don't want like the melee to start a day early, so they're basically trying to calm everybody down. And the guard captain and a few of his guards come up to Sir Eamyt and they say, "Sir Eamyt, come with me. You're under arrest. It's for your own good."
What is he accused of?
He's being accused of being a victim. So we're going to lock him up to keep him safe until the 19th when the trial happens. And he's like, you don't have to fight your way out. There's a lot of people like hollering and yelling at him, but they and like maybe a piece of bread is thrown at him, that kind of stuff, and they usher him out, like they take him to safety.
Was there a reason that the crowd would have hated him before this event? Because one prostitute accusing somebody of rape doesn't seem like it would escalate to this.
He said he had a bad reputation, but never explained it further. Maybe we should ask around, but he may have earned the enmity so people didn't give him the benefit of the doubt, But
you didn't get that from him. You didn't get a feeling from him that there is any cause for this.
If that reputation was there, Lorella wouldn't have a thing to do with him to begin with. So,
right. And she said she loved him.
Said to us that he said, "You may not want to be on my team during the melee because I've earned a certain reputation." He said that to us directly.
I assume that meant he was like kind of bloodthirsty.
But it could mean that he was like ridiculously honorable, like super Boy Scout, and that nobody is like, you can't have fun with that guy. Or it could mean a million things that aren't necessarily bad. He could have a reputation for being a jerk or a pushover or
who knows what
night material. Yeah,
that's right. Okay, so the crowd starts to there's always a trial, right? It's on the calendar.
it's just a tournament trial.
Not his trial, the trial. Okay, all right.
Right. Well, his is yeah. So his the crowd starts to settle down, and you can tell that the crowd is kind of satisfied that he's been arrested and he's been hauled off to prison and all that. And so they kind of settle down, and the priest is up there saying, "Everybody settle down. This has gotten out of hand. Lorani would not approve of not being charitable and seeing the good in people and blah blah blah, And so, but it settles down. The feast is over. It's pretty much time for the final bout.
It seems hard to believe that a whole room of people that are supposed to be honorable would stoop to that. I know that mob mentality can take over, but that like you say, that was very excessive. That there has to be more.
Who was it who gave the sermon?
That's good. It's the Archduke, or not the Archbishop.
Saracala?
Yeah, Saracala.
Why would he even care?
I mean, it could be a topical thing that churches do all the time, talk about topical things, but he's incited them, I think,
Yeah, the initial impression was that he was basically just talking about honor and chivalry, and then he brought up the fact that there was some dishonorable things happening during this tournament, and then he didn't directly say Sir Eamyt, but people put two and two together and kind of leapt to a conclusion.
He didn't incite the crowd at all?
Well, I mean, he brought the topic up, but no, there was in every group there's going to be somebody that stands up and says, you, and then the rest of them, like you said, a mob mentality, they all kind of joined in.
So the Saracala was not motivated for this to happen in any way that we could tell.
Well, I mean,
no, obviously motivated. I'm not trying to ask what his feelings are. Did he motivate the crowd? Was he trying to motivate the crowd?
Yeah, he was trying to get them all excited about the tournament and being honorable and chivalrous. He was trying to say that being honorable and chivalrous is more important than the sins of the flesh. So yes, he was trying to motivate the crowd. But by doing that, he made it worse.
He didn't sit there and say Sir Emmett's a giant piece of crap.
Right.
But
yeah, no names and it was just people just put two and two together and jumped to a conclusion.
But he's given enough speeches in his time to know that Sir Emmett's in the room and that this could happen. I don't think that...
Maybe.
I find it hard to believe that he could have just, I misspoke and I was misunderstood. He had to have known what he was going to do.
Well, it could be that he believes the story and is just saying, this guy sucks. He shouldn't be a knight. Might not be
he didn't mention any names.
He didn't mention names. And on one hand, it seemed like he tried to incite the crowd. On the other hand, he has no motivation, and he didn't. So I don't know how to read that in it, to be honest. And
if you want to make a make a rhetoric roll. Give me a rhetoric roll.
All of us?
No. I don't know. There's
Nice.
something about that. Okay. This is what you... trying to determine his motivation, right? Or just based on what you heard. He was trying to make a point based on the teachings of a Lorani that honor is more important than the flesh. You give, you do not take. And I don't care what the outcome is. This is the way it is. So he was very like, I don't care if there's a riot. I don't care if you guys, if this happened or didn't happen. That's irrelevant. Honor is the most important thing. And so that's what he was saying. And be damned if someone gets strung up and hung. I don't care. The message had to go out. That's his motivation. Now, if that is his motivation or not, but that's what you glean from that.
So he actually was, in his mind, thinking a lynch mob was honorable?
No, he didn't say that.
That's what I just thought I heard.
No, he doesn't care what happens. He didn't care. About
the rape.
Yeah, no. He didn't care about what his words were going to do to the crowd. He didn't care about that. That was not part of his motivation. He didn't care.
Okay.
He only cared that the message came out. He was about the message. And whether it caused a riot or not, it didn't matter. He didn't care about that.
Okay.
And then when it started, that's when you heard him say, no, stop. That's not what I meant, right? It's more important that we care about, be honorable and be kind to each other but now he also doesn't care if whoever was being dishonorable, right? He just he wanted everyone to know that your honor is more important than sins of the flesh. And the crowd is the one that took that to mean he's talking about Sir Eamyt, right? Which maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. But he probably was, because he probably heard through the grapevine that there was somebody that was accused of rape, and so he brought that into his sermon, right? Not that he knew who it was, because yeah. Okay, so that's your crit success. All right. So, so the second half.
Yeah.
You're going to watch the final bout between Tim and Sir Cade?
Unless we want to...
Rald is there, and Rald is like, I'm with you guys.
Okay.
Because now my knight is locked up.
Rald, you got to help us find this Carla.
Okay. I know what she looks like. I slept with her.
Yeah, we heard.
Yeah. But she should be at the, I would assume she's at the, I would assume that she is at the Amber Inn. Because that's where she works. That's my understanding. But that's all I know. I mean, I can wander around town. When I go into town to shop or whatever for our meal, I can ask around. Does that sound, because I want to make sure that Sir Eamyt's name is cleared. Is that what you want me to do?
Not yet.
Okay. So you want me to stay and guard the camp?
Just stay with us. Oh yeah, you could guard the camp unless we need you.
Okay. Well, you'll know where I'll be. You know where I'll be.
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
All right. So he heads to the camp.
Stuff is there.
Yeah, he heads to the camp. Yeah.
Oh wait, Rolled, real quick before you leave.
Yeah. I assume you guys all head back to the camp too. So.
Oh, okay. So, remembering when we first met you guys, it seems so long ago.
Yeah.
Sir Eamyt said that he had something of a reputation. What was that?
A reputation for being the best warrior in all of the kingdom? No, I mean, let me see if I've got a... Man, every time I scroll up, it slowly inches to the right. Something's not right. Okay. Yeah, it's doing it again. Okay. Sir Eamyt and his squire... Okay. I don't know why you guys got this impression.
I don't remember it, yeah.
Yeah, it says that he's a big, friendly fellow, mid-20s. He is not overly burdened with brains.
Ah.
My brother.
But his
another
impressionable optimism makes him likable. He is not wealthy. And he has an impressionable youth who admires his master.
I thought that he said something about that when we were at the challenge wall, and it was just related to his
Ordrin.
prowess and whether he would be. No, when Sir Eamyt said something, I have somewhat of a reputation. I thought it happened at the challenge wall when he said it. I thought it just had to do with battles and fights. I didn't think it was about his reputation, personal reputation, other than combat. But I might be mistaken.
The camp, hospitality. Tells you about his love. Received a favor and a small gold ring bearing the symbol of the Yaseldi Trothmaker. Looking to make a spot in the elite royal high guard. And the hand of Lorella. Opening ceremonies. Sir Ordrin is wanting the same lady. Yeah. I don't have anything that says anything about any kind of reputation that I remember, and I don't remember saying anything about a reputation. But he does have a reputation. He's been here a few times before. He does travel the tournament lanes. He goes to a lot of different tournaments, and he would like to create a reputation of being a winner. But he was just happy to get into the by getting into the 16. He could possibly be acknowledged as a, accepted into the Royal Guard. But now with, if he's identified as a rapist, that's probably not in the works. Unless his name gets cleared somehow. And Sir Cade is actually the commander of the Royal High Guard.
The knight in the tournament, Cade.
Yeah, the champion from the previous year. Yeah.
Important man. Oh.
And Sir Cade enjoys teaching knights the merits of humility.
So do we find out who won the final one? Was it Sir Cade?
If you want to, are you attending it?
No, we left and went back to camp.
Yeah, you're at camp.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
you
it's
left
not
to
till later
feast.
in the day.
You left
It's
to
not
left to
till-
feast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the final tournament will be, later on. It'll be announced, but
Can we wander over to see if Lady Lorella and her father still have their tent?
their pavilion, absolutely. You know right where it is. So, yeah, so yeah, okay. Squire Gorian has no comeliness.
0.
Yeah, I found it's missing. It's a typo.
Bad burn victim.
Yeah, it's not on his character sheet in the thing. Okay, so either way, you go to the tent. The tent, there it is. Their camp is still intact. It's still there. You see their pavilion. They haven't left the turning. Or they haven't packed up and left.
Any activity around it?
No. Just a pavilion. They don't even have a little campfire or anything outside. They don't have horses. They don't have anything but a big tent in the field.
Well, we'll stand off to the side. Any ideas, guys? How
I'm
can you
curious
approach it?
if there's anyone there. We could just walk by it slowly and see if we can hear anything.
And we could just go up and say hello, but
we could just beseech her on our friend's behalf.
beseech her or what? I mean, why? I thought that they're here.
It would be interesting if we did that to see what her father's reaction is.
If we did what? Beseech her?
Yeah.
If he gets upset or, is really indignant.
I don't know that tells us anything. I think he's going to be indignant that we're just showing up.
But we haven't done anything. We could just...
He was indignant before he knew us. Before.
He just gave us the stink eye.
So you think it would be a lesser stink eye, but something different?
Yeah. But if we said something to the effect that, we believe that there's conspiracy against him and blah, 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 and to see what his reaction is.
Okay. That sounds pretty good. Just tell him everything we're thinking of.
Yeah, we were with them.
He's been framed.
Yeah.
Good thing.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk? Will we go in?
I don't mind. Or Raynard can talk. He wants to. He's the holiest of us all.
Oh goodness.
I'll tell you.
You are. You got the way higher piety than I do.
Okay, let's do it.
I'm only 27. I think you're higher than that.
Oh, I'm in the basement. I'm like 12.
Piety, I'm sitting at 21.
Oh, so I am the most pious.
What's your rhetoric, oratory?
My rhetoric is
I'm
This is a
34.
little
I think
meta.
40.
Yeah. See, my intelligence hurts me on these things. So
Okay,
I
hold
might-
on. You guys attended the sermon. I skipped over something.
Okay.
Oh, piety roll.
There is going to be a piety roll to learn something from this sermon.
Don't rape somebody.
Don't rape someone.
In a tent with your name on it.
Right.
Always go to another tent.
Always let them take you to a second location.
That's right.
Oh, that's funny.
I wish I could read this. Okay, there we go. Obtaining piety,
You and me both.
divine grace. There is something called divine grace. If you ever have piety points, if you ever have piety points higher than your ritual skill, you have divine grace. So look at your ritual Lorani skill, and
We don't have.
Nothing. Don't even have it in there.
I
you
do.
you don't
Mine-
you don't have a ritual.
Mine
Not
is
at
a lot.
all.
So I have divine grace.
I have religion. That's my only ritual skill.
Yeah, mine's 11 for my ritual Lorani skill. So
Yeah,
27.
religion.
point.
Oh, okay.
It's not religion. It's called ritual.
Done nothing. Got nothing.
It's called ritual.
Yeah, it's called ritual. There's no skill called religion.
Yeah, there's combat, physical, communication, craft lore, and ritual skills.
Ritual skills, and the skill itself is called ritual.
Oh.
And you
I
would
have
put
one
you
called
wouldn't put ritual. You would put Lorani, and then a skill
Is
level.
that maybe what that's supposed to be then?
Yes.
Okay.
I must have missed that.
Everyone should have it.
Well, I have one that says religion.
Everyone has a
As
religion.
Lorani.
It everyone has a religion skill, whether it's low or high. It's a default skill. Everybody has it.
Yeah.
I just have the 12 piety points.
Okay, then you didn't put in your religion.
No.
Now I'm going to go to your character sheet and make sure that you're not overlooking it.
You're losing your religion, Sir Bernier, as REM states.
Wow. You have no ritual skill. Yeah, you do. You put it under craft lore.
Put it under what? Oh, okay.
You see it?
Yeah.
And I believe your piety is higher than your ritual skill.
Mm-hmm.
So you have divine grace.
All right.
I do too.
What
Sir,
does that give us?
It means that you guys are easier to kill.
Nice.
You are deemed worthy of divine aid.
Yeah, because I thought you could. Can you almost like spend your piety points in at some point, like to call on your god or something in some emergency?
Yes. You can call for divine intervention if you have divine grace to like heal injuries, cure diseases, remove curses, etc. Yeah, just to let you know. If you ever need to, you can.
So when we go to Ona Centrum, we're gonna need that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. So the feast mass is a 90% roll. Now that you went through all 3 days. So make a percent, and if you get 1 to 90, you succeed. Percentile should be pretty much a guarantee. But you might roll a 91.
What the hell?
58.
Yeah, so far so good. Everybody's good with their percentile. Except for...
The die roller's broken on my experimental.
No, it's not.
Yeah, there's no dice showing up on it. But I rolled a 5.
What do you mean there's no dice showing up on it?
Yeah. Well, it's all blank. It's weird. They're like they've gone dark. They're all black. I'm not in night mode or anything.
That's why.
Turn night mode on and off again. I've seen it glitch like that a few times.
I stay in dark mode. But yeah, it's...
If I turn dark mode on, I can see it, but I didn't turn dark mode on.
But either way, you all made the roll. And that means you get 5 piety points.
Ooh.
Nice. Yeah, it did that to me once just after they first rolled out dark mode. But it did it with chat.
So if you make a donation or a sacrifice, these are ways that you can improve your piety. Just in prayer.
Okay.
Prayer. An hour of prayer or meditation gives you a chance. It's not 90%, but it gives you a chance. Fasting for 24 hours. Confession. Daily mass. Monthly low mass. Monthly high mass. The feast. Temple services. Not services. Let me rephrase that. Service to the temple. There we go. Donations. A quest. If you go and complete a quest. Pilgrimage. And remember that piety is granted by the deity, not the church. So, it's not the church giving you piety and recognizing you. It's Lorani recognizing your accomplishments. Okay, so by attending one of her feasts, you gained 5 piety points. Okay, good deal. Okay, so it's time for the joust. Rald is going to stay here. You guys are going to attend the joust, I assume?
Yes.
Okay, so Circade wins. You expected it.
Mm-hmm.
Tim is like the runner-up. You know, if you're not first, you're last. So, and everybody cheers. You know, lots of like flowers are thrown into the ring. Everybody's happy. He's not given his prize right then. There is a celebration for that at the end of the tournament. Because there's other champions and stuff. So, okay, so it is now late in the afternoon, almost dinner time. You guys go back to camp, eat your dinner. What would you like to do for the evening? Anything? Today is the 17th. If we look
We didn't talk to Lady Lorella and her father. We were going to do that.
Okay, so you want to go back to that?
I don't know. Do you guys want to do that?
Yes.
I thought that was the plan.
Okay, but you couldn't stay there if you were not going to go watch the joust. But okay.
Okay.
But you can go back there. Yeah, you go back there.
Mm-hmm.
The tent is still there. It hasn't been packed up. I'm looking at my tourney posting. Today is the 17th, right? Yep, 17th, final day of jousting. feast in the middle of the day. You finish that. On the 18th, it's the morning is jousting of the squires, and then in the afternoon would be the melee. And then late in the evening would be the dance. And that's tomorrow. Today is pretty much over with. Okay, so I assume you approach the tent, you knock on the frame, or you just holler. What are we doing?
Mm-hmm. Reynard, you gonna do it?
Yeah, you're in charge.
Yeah, sure. I will approach the tent.
Yes.
Get like
The
4 feet
flap
away.
opens and the father steps out.
Ah. Hello, sir. I was wondering
Hello.
if your daughter was home.
Well, she's inside, distraught and upset. Being having her honor being stained. But I think she'll get over it once she moves on and finds a worthy husband.
Perhaps we could cheer her up. We have news.
Well, you can tell me the news and I'll share it with her.
We promised it would reach her ears alone.
Well, then you'll have to wait till next year when we return to the tournament.
That won't do.
We're not leaving just yet. We are going to stay here all the way till the end of the tournament, but then we're going to be leaving. And she's not going to entertain any guests. I forbid it.
I see. Understandable given the circumstances. And I'm absolutely.
He seems to be an overly protective father.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem to be a conniving, backstabbing conspirator.
I just.
Because I know that was part of your reason for coming here, is trying to determine if he was shady. He doesn't seem to be shady. He just seems to be too protective. And this just proves his suspicions about Sir Eamyt.
Yeah. In that case, I will raise my voice. Lady Lorelia, you know this did not happen. He was with us the entire time.
Who are you yelling at?
I'm yelling.
That's how the father says that.
I said her name at the start. You should know him better than to believe such baseless rumors. We will prove his innocence yet.
We'll see. I don't know you. I don't know who you are or where you came from, but Sir Eamyt is a nobody. He is he's nothing more than a mercenary that goes from tourney to tourney, making a living to pay for his next meal.
But don't all knights start out that way?
No. Some knights are born into a manor or whatever. He doesn't have land or manor, or he doesn't have any position in the court or anything like that. He's independent, wandering, doing what he can to survive. That's what he does.
Yeah.
There's no war going on right now for him to go make a name in war or anything. So.
Let me see.
Just so you know, we were with him that evening, and he was so.
And you didn't stop him?
No,
He was so intoxicated he could not have done anything. All of us were so intoxicated that we believe that someone is intentionally trying to besmirch his name and ruin his reputation.
Yeah. Okay, well, they've
somebody
succeeded.
take that prostitute. But
Why would he need a lady of the evening if he's engaged?
He didn't. Because
Well,
we can.
she was seen coming from his tent.
Well,
That doesn't mean that.
the squire.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that.
Squire
That
wasn't
he
there.
had
The
anything
Squire
to
was
do
in
with it.
town. My understanding is.
How do you know all this?
I mean, it's going around. Everybody knows this. I mean, word travels fast.
But they even mentioned the squire? That's weird.
No, all the facts. Rald wasn't there to stop him, so he took advantage of this lady of the evening. But it wasn't like he just paid her for services. It was like he got violent and tore her bodice and, maybe was a little overly aggressive.
He was passed out drunk. He couldn't have done. Anybody that wanted could have walked up and done anything they wanted to him, like whoever stole the ring from his neck.
Yeah.
But we understand that's
So why are you here?
mostly to reassure Lady Lorelia.
Okay, well that's being kind. And that is showing kindness to other people, just like Lorani teaches us. And I will.
And there's a butt coming, right?
I hope not. He looks around. No, but yeah. Oh, I see what you did. No, I'll let her know that you came by, and I'm sure she hears you because you're being loud.
That
But
was my intent.
yeah, so I'll let her know that you came by and you're wishing her well, and that you hope she gets over Sir Eamyt and moves on. I'll let her know this. Sir, now I don't have any ill will to Sir Eamyt. Sir Eamyt is just not quality.
And only the best for your family.
Exactly. Yeah,
Yes.
I'm glad we see eye to eye.
So when will she be marrying Sir Ordrin?
What? I don't think she's interested in him. But maybe I can convince her. I mean, he's got a manner, and he seems to be well liked by all the other knights, and he's not a rapist.
That is a big plus.
Yeah.
Very well.
Is there anything else I can do for you while you're here?
No, we will leave you to your day.
Oh, thank you. And then he goes back into the tent. And you can now hear maybe a little bit of sobbing on the inside. And it's not him.
Okay,
I thought I had to point that out.
I think we got everything we wanted to from that, right?
Yeah. That's a dead end. Everything's a dead end. So I don't know what to do.
Well, it wouldn't be an end if it wasn't a dead end.
That's right. I mean, at this point, we could go turtle hunting for all I care.
That's right. Maybe the turtle did it.
Maybe the turtle did it.
Maybe the ghost did it.
I mean, I don't know of any way to get information unless it's handed to us, to be honest, at this point.
Being a knight does kind of tie your hands in some
sure
ways.
Does.
Yeah, it kind of ties your hands in some ways. If you were like part of the Thieves Guild, you'd go about this in a totally different way, right?
Well, and if we were from here, we would have people we knew to collaborate with too.
There's nothing stopping you from meeting people.
Yeah.
Is there any litigation tricksters in town?
There's litigation tricksters. I mean, there's the litigants.
Same difference, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you walked by their shop. They have, let me double check here.
But don't they just help represent you to get things moved through the administration of the machine of the government rather than investigate anything?
Oh, you want like a private eye.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. There's a litigant, right? He's more like a lawyer.
Right. To help you sign your will.
Right. If there's any kind of like legal documents that need to be notarized or whatever, you would go to that guy.
Okay.
There's the embalmer. I don't know if that helps. There is a metalsmith, a closier. There's a brothel. No, there's no. There is a bonding house. What is that? Be a bureaucrat. Okay. Tent maker, weapon crafter, brothel, lexographer.
Is there somebody that would buy jewelry?
Well, there's a lot of mercantilers. Woodcrafter, apothecary, hide worker, locksmith, potter, salter, harper. There's the onaceptrum. Yeah, there's a lot of. There's a mason. But yeah, there's like 5 or 6 what are called mercantilers, and some of them focus on their market. It's not like they are all general stores. Each one has their own little niche, if you want to call it that. But let's take a look here. Specializing in walrus, amber, gemstones. Yeah, one of them is a mercantiler of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we met him.
No, that's a different one.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
The one we met had furs and things. It
Furs
wasn't gems.
and papers.
Papers. Parchment you could buy.
Dabin, he's the one that gets his shipments in from Orbital, and he has vellum, some metal goods, parchment, and he has walrus, ivory, whale oil, rare furs. Yeah, that's the one you met.
I think
there's one that salts metals, timber, and stone.
Now it occurs to me, if we go in
That's
the
pretty much it.
Onaceptrum,
Yeah.
and we find those crown jewels, and we return them to the crown,
Yeah.
I believe we could get some kind of bounty for that. And I'm
There
sure
probably would be a good reward, you know.
I'm sure we could request the clearing of Sir Emmett's name.
I think we could just roll up new characters after we bury our bones next to that creature that's the size of 2 school buses.
Is that what the description said? 2 school buses?
No,
Okay.
I'm just assuming it's probably about the 3/4 of a school bus. I can't believe that that God that creates these things would have created something the size of a German Shepherd. Of course, he would be disappointed with it.
Or, you know, who knows the thoughts of the gods?
Yeah.
But yeah, so if you, what do you want to do? You got it's closer to the evening, so it's close to night.
Let's go to the Amber Inn and see if we can find Carla.
Okay.
Is that okay, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me get
It's
past.
not one of the only things we can really try to do at the moment, really.
And I want to point out, just because there's a drawing, and because that literally is a drawing of the Morath, and just because there's a tale, a story, doesn't mean it's real.
Okay. That tail didn't look real. It's got a mouth.
Right. Let's go. Yeah. King's Justice. No, did I go too far? Okay, here we are. No, we're already past that. Yeah, this works. Okay, so you go to the Amber Inn in the evening, like after dining time. I got you guys down at the Amber Inn. You go in to the inn. Hey, yeah. And do I have a party token? I do. It's in the back room. You guys shouldn't be in there. Okay. So you guys can get a table. There you go. You're at a table. There are a number of people in here. It does still look busy. There are a number of, because the town is still swollen, right? It's not because it's a popular inn. It's just that it's one of 3 inns that allows people in. The other 2 inns are by reserve, by appointment only. So because of that, this inn is got a lot of people in there. And you can see that they range in class, from squires to knights to farmers to thugs, you know, a little bit of everybody. And you have the innkeeper running around, Tanar, and his barmaids. Yeah, what would you like to do? You do not see Carlo when you walk in. She's not currently present.
Just wait till they close.
I mean,
Have
we
a
could
couple
just
drinks.
go up and ask again.
We could do both. Wait for a barmaid to come around.
Okay, your friendly barmaid comes by, the one that you gave 5 silver to the other day. She is all over you, waiting for more money to flow from your pouch. Are you guys looking for drinks?
Yeah.
I was looking to find out if you told Carla, but we do want ales.
I'll buy another round and do the same thing. I'll give her a silver for the 3 drinks.
I saw. I've been asking around, right? And she points at this guy. Looks like a farmer, just sitting in the corner, eating his meal, just having a dinner. And she points over at him and says, Joey, pointing at that guy, Joey, he's one of the local farmers, and every now and then, he's a little dissatisfied with his home life, and he'll come in and speak to Carla from time to time and do business with her. And he was in the other night, and he might know something. But yeah, he mentioned something about, because I've been asking various patrons, trying to be subtle, and he said something about having seen her last night.
Last night. Okay. Thank you. Might as well drink a little ale.
Okay, so she comes back with some ale.
Is Joey alone?
Yeah, he's sitting by himself eating dinner. He's probably waiting to see if Carla comes in because he's one of her patrons.
He's having dinner?
He's having dinner.
Is he close to finishing his dinner?
No, it looks like he's not ever going to be close to finishing. Because anytime it gets low, more food gets brought to him.
Is he dead?
No, he's like extra. He's rotund.
Taken.
He's rotund. And he's got a lot of food to eat. But yeah, I mean, you can go speak to him. I mean,
yeah, I'll go up.
He's sitting over at this little table right here.
Okay.
Okay, so you go over there.
I'm not gonna drink my ale when it comes, and I'm just gonna take it over to Joey.
Okay, yeah. So you walk up to him, and he looks up at you like this knight is approaching me.
I'm gonna say,
do
you like ale?
He's fearing for his life.
Oh no, I'll just set it down in front of you. Like an ale? I bought you a drink.
He looks at it, and he looks up at you. He doesn't say anything. He's kind of.
I'll go ahead and sit down in the chair next to me on
Okay.
the other side of the table.
Yeah.
I'm just help myself to the chair and sit down.
He puts his food down and just stares at you.
I say, Joey.
What have I done? I didn't do it. Whatever it is, I didn't do. And if I was supposed to do it, I did it.
Okay. Good to know. But no, I hear that you've seen Carla within the last day or so.
Oh yeah, I see her whenever I can.
Do you know where she goes when she's not here?
Well, last night I saw her. I was telling, and he points over at the barmaid,
Okay.
and he says, I was telling her that I saw her last night speaking to a young gentleman, and they left together, and it looks like they hurried towards the east, towards the river.
I described Gorian. Is that him?
Okay, describe Gorian without a picture.
Okay. I said he's about 5'7".
Okay.
He's got black short hair.
Yeah.
He's got comeliness of 0.
Oh, ugly man. Yeah.
No, he's swarthy, but he looks like a bully. He's a little bit. If it's the case, if he's wearing the same clothes, he's in a red tabard shape, and he has probably had chainmail or mail.
Right.
I wouldn't say chainmail, coif, not a coif, just sleeves would have shown from his red.
Well, I really didn't get a close-up look at him, but if I was to, it was nighttime, and he was wearing a cloak, but he did have dark hair. He was fairly young. He looked athletic. He did carry a sword, so he might have. He had to have been nobility. But I didn't get up close because you don't interrupt when she's working.
Yes, of course, of course. Do you know if Carla's here now?
No, I haven't seen her since last night.
So they left and went to the east. They left here and went towards the castle direction.
Well, they went east towards the river.
East towards the river.
Right.
Do you know why they'd go east towards the river?
No, I don't, because Carla, well, he kind of looks a little embarrassed.
Yeah.
Says, we usually just go upstairs.
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah, and he points, and you can see a light coming through the floor. We usually go to that room right there.
Do I see feet?
No.
When I look up?
No,
So
but there is a light. There's a candle or something lit inside there. But yeah, so we try to use rugs or whatever to keep people from watching.
Nice. Why would anybody go east of the river? Who's over there?
Well, there's the docks. Going off of memory, you would switch maps, and there you go. That's what you see. There's the Bard's house. He's over there. That's the Harper. He lives there. Then there's the dockyards over here. There's a patch. There's some woods and some trees over here, but I don't know.
Is that any of the mercantilers over there that you mentioned? No.
I'll get you a quick little response on that. $28 is the chandler. The building at the bottom of this row.
Okay.
That is the chandler. Candles and makes mostly candles. And his prices are way too high. That's what he says.
Did you watch him go for very far, or did you just see him go out at the east?
No, I just saw him head. I just saw him head east into the darkness. You know, I was here at the inn, waiting for her to return. Maybe she would come back, and then I could have my turn.
How long did you wait?
Midnight or so. But then I had to go home to my wife. Didn't want her to get suspicious, you know.
Well, I hope she doesn't know.
Thank you. I hope the same. So is that all you wanted, was to know about Carla?
I just want to talk to her, so it's really hard to find her. You would think it would be easier. That's all.
I know, right?
Yeah.
That's how she makes a living. Talking to people.
Yeah. I just really am upset that she's with that guy.
Is that code for, you know?
He's caught feelings.
Okay. You say that from across the room, and he's like, hey.
Oh, hey. I will. I'll get up. Thank you, Joey.
Okay.
I wish you well.
And then
I'll go back to the table.
He takes a small sip of the ale and is like, okay, it doesn't seem to be poisoned. and you walk off and go back to your brothers.
So, a stakeout as we sit there at the table. Do we have a stakeout? Do we wait to try to catch her coming and going, or catch her with Gorian if that was who it was? I think it was.
If what we think is happening, then she is a loose end who could turn this around on the perpetrator. I think we need to go east, or we may not find her until she's a corpse.
That was last night that they went east.
Yeah. So
okay.
Time is of the essence.
This is already 24 hours, right?
Oh,
almost. Almost.
They will probably need her still for the trial. To throw a sob story again. So
the
she
witness
may still be alive. Yeah.
The victim. Yeah.
I don't think she's gonna make it to the trial. I think they're gonna.
Well, you don't know it's Gorian.
We don't know for a fact that it's Gorian.
I mean, it might have been Sir Eamyt, as far as you know.
Well, no, they said young.
That's true. But Sir Emmett's in his mid-20s, like 24, 25, something like that. He didn't say, but yeah.
Wait a minute, wasn't he in jail last, or was that happened today?
That happened today. Yeah.
Oh my. It's dark out right now.
It is dark out. There are some lanterns in town. Not a lot, but there are a few. Light different streets and alleys so people can find their way.
Guys, I'll just go look and come back. Just see if there's anything out of the ordinary. Or do you want to do that?
Where?
East. Just sort of get a feel for what's
going on.
Well,
you all can go.
Yeah, I think we should all go.
Just, well, I wanted to...
Well, if we come back and your buddy's not at his table, we can look up and see if Carla's here or not.
Oh, there you go. That works. I like that. Okay, let's go east.
Okay, so you guys...
I don't like this place anyway.
following the trail, right? Okay, so so you walk down this trail, and you'll notice that there are a couple of guards at the bridge, right, that are afraid of ghosts. And then you continue on, and you go into a grassy knoll, right, into this little area here, and then you see the Harper's home, and...
Wait a minute.
Wait, okay.
I want to go back to the guards.
Okay. You go back to the guard.
Say...
There are a couple of them. They're leaning up against the bridge, like, and they see you guys approach, and they're like, "Evening, gentlemen."
Hey ho.
Hey.
Either of you working here last night about this time?
Every night. Seems like, this is our lot in life. Just working the bridge.
We're trying to find a person.
You haven't seen a ghost, have you?
No, but
okay, good.
We're going to head that. Try to alleviate
These are the same two guys you spoke to 3 or 4 days ago.
Guys, we're looking for a woman of the evening who comes from the Amber Inn that might have walked this way last night with a fellow. And I'll go about 3 inches above my height and go, he's about this tall, wearing a cape, or a cloak.
Yeah, Carla. Yeah, Carla came by here. Yeah, Carla came by here last night, like you say. She was with a young man, and they crossed the bridge on their way for and then he puts finger quotes, a bit of fun, as they were saying.
Oh, they came across the bridge. Where would they go?
They looked like, once they crossed the bridge, all I could tell in the darkness, they headed over towards the charcoaler. They kind of turned right and went upstream a little bit. But I don't remember seeing her come back. We were here. We were here until dawn when we normally get relieved. So they must have been out there all night.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on just a second.
She's thrown into the Onacetrum without a doubt. Where else could you hide a body that nobody's going to find?
Yeah, he didn't come back either, so...
He didn't come back either?
No, so both of them, they went, and we were relieved at dawn, and they hadn't come back by dawn.
Didn't we see him today?
The boy?
Gronier? Or Gorian?
Yeah, you probably did.
Yes.
He would have been at the tournament watching the... He would have been with his knight.
If he went back, he didn't go across the bridge if it was him. If it was Gorian.
Can you...
Well,
Does
the
it look
shift
like
changes at
somebody-
dawn, so if he came back, it would have been after
yeah,
dawn.
That's a
Could
good
somebody
point.
cross the Calipras stream on their own without assistance, without a boat?
If you're a good swimmer, I guess you could. It's not too terrible, but I'm sure if you go upstream quite a bit, you might find a ford or something might be easier to get across. But closer to the river you get, the deeper it gets. But yeah, you could, or maybe. So you're thinking that the gentleman, whoever this gentleman was, went across and then came back a different route. Further, if you go upstream, there's a bridge like 5 miles upstream. He could have just used that bridge.
I think he just...
that her life may be in danger and that she may have
Oh,
a foul deed. She may have been murdered.
okay. Well, do you want me to call the guard or something and start a search?
No, I don't think so. What do you guys think? I think.
Or
we should
do you guys want to go check it out yourselves?
Yeah, we're gonna go check it out.
Okay.
Ourselves
Yeah,
and see if we can
there's
find
no toll on this bridge.
Yeah, good. Gentlemen, have a nice one. We'll see you on the way back.
Well, we'll keep our eyes out and see if we see any,
Good job.
That's what we're supposed to do, and then they go back to leaning and talking about the weather. Okay.
Watch out for ghosts.
I'm really glad that
Right.
this bridge doesn't have any fees.
That's good. Okay, so
Yeah, they were starting to take a toll on me.
okay,
Oh, look at that. We've not finally got tall.
that's right. Okay, so where are you going?
We'll go west along the river road there.
Okay.
Maybe,
It's late at night, like 8 o'clock. There's no traffic out here. There's nobody walking around doing anything. Everybody's in their house. You come around these personal dwellings of somebody, and you come around to the charcoaler's home, personal dwelling.
Is there a light on in the charcoaler?
Yeah, he's
Go knock on the door. Is that possible?
Yeah.
Just knock on the door. Knock
Yeah,
on
yeah.
the door.
Yeah, you knock on the door. And a moment later, this gentleman opens the door. I do believe the charcoaler is a gentleman. Not genteel. What is that, 36? 38, the charcoaler? Okay.
Yeah, 38 it says here.
Okay. He's a Jarin. It's a different race.
Okay.
A Jarin is, think Scandinavian. He's a very Viking-esque looking gentleman,
Okay.
and he's like, gentlemen. He's like, milords.
Hey, we're looking for somebody that we're worried about.
And you hear someone on the inside say, "Father, who is it?" "Oh, we have some guests. It's late at night. We're not open. We were, I was just putting my kids to bed. Honey, I'll be in just a minute." And then he steps outside and closes the door.
Okay. So we're worried about somebody. It's a lady. Her name is Carla. She's from the Amber Inn.
Oh
think she
yeah,
walked past
over
there.
that's Tanar's place, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen Carla. I think she's a lady of the evening.
Yes. Yes. But she was with a young man yesterday, and we think they walked by here. Did you happen to see them? It would have been about this time yesterday.
No. Normally at this time I'm inside. I don't, and with my family.
Did you hear anything? Anything odd, like any cries out or screams or anything like that?
Oh, you mean like
Like
no.
somebody that was in duress for a second.
Right. No. Um my hearing's not that good, but I haven't heard anything. Um
Thank you.
make an intrigue roll.
Oh man, I feel so. Oh,
Everybody in attendance can make an intrigue roll.
Plus 40.
You wish.
Marginal failure.
Yeah. He's telling you the complete truth.
Okay, that's what I think.
Yeah. He's the most honest person in this town.
Well, that's lucky.
Yeah. Yeah.
I will.
The
Shake
door
his hand.
opens and this fairly average looking woman pokes her head out and says, "Is everything okay, honey?" These gentlemen were just asking some questions about Carla, and they're like, "What does Carla have to do with anything? You're not seeing her, are you?" He's
We're
like,
trying to find
no.
her.
They're just
Thank
curious about her. They're just asking her
Trying
because
to find her. We think she came by here yesterday around this time, and she's missing. So we're trying to find her.
And the wife says, "She was around here. We're seeing you." And he's like, "No, honey, they're not talking about me." And all of a sudden, it becomes a domestic dispute.
Yay!
And you guys are in the middle of it. And they start arguing about, why do you always go over to Tinar's? Are you going over there to see Carla? Are you? And he's like, no, I do business. I sell charcoal. And she's like, okay, I can't. And yeah, it's going back and forth. You guys are not in the conversation anymore.
No, we slowly extricate ourselves from the situation.
Okay. Well, they're outside and they're arguing. And you guys kind of step back into the darkness and try to get away.
So,
Okay.
guys, you want to just wait till the morning and come back this way and look for clues in the daylight?
I think we'll need daylight to really be able to search this area. If we want to look for, I don't know what time this melee starts.
It's in the afternoon.
Attorney schedule.
The squire
Melee.
joust is in the morning, I think.
Squire joust in the morning, then meal, and then
At
Right,
noon
so-
or so, afternoon. Okay, so I don't think we're gonna find anything in the dark.
no. We don't see anything obvious, do we? From where we're at here, there wouldn't be anything to see.
What do you mean
With a
on the little trail that you're standing on?
Yeah, like a chunk of her hair with scalp still in it or anything like that.
Well, depending how thick, if this is like waist high grass or is just knee high,
Yeah.
and if we could just walk along like 10 feet from shore and kind of just walk along there in case there's a body there, but there's really not a whole lot more we can do right now.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you look around across from the mill and you
Just
don't
a
see any
little bit,
bodies.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Granard was right. I think it was like and then something with a fiery tail came up and ate the remains. And the
think
ring is in the gut of the miasma.
we definitely have another reason now to go into the Onasatram.
Well, We're next to it.
Can't do it now.
Wait.
We've got the melee tomorrow. I don't want to go in there and slay the beast. We'll be tired tomorrow. We can't win the tournament.
Yeah, but if we slay that beast, we win way more glory than the tournament.
Do you want to go over there and look?
Yeah,
let's just go in that area and take a peek.
I would like, considering we looked at it once before, if we can notice any difference between then and now. If there's a scrap of clothing attached to any root sticking out or anything,
That damn rope on that stick.
Right?
Yeah, it was only about 2 or 3 feet of rope left on it, I think.
But I mean, just looking at that, we looked at it pretty good the one time.
Mm-hmm. We did.
Okay, so it is dark out, but there is moonlight, there's sunlight. I mean, starlight, that's what I meant.
Mm-hmm.
Because you all mentioned it, I'm not going to have any rolls going. So you're looking at the rope, you're looking to see if there's any fabric or anything like that, seeing if there's a dead body or whatever you're looking
any
for.
Signs of scrabbling?
Looking for blood, and so you're not really going to see blood on the dirt because it's dark in the dark. But in daylight, you might be able to see that. But
oh yeah, she's in there for sure. There's probably a dozen bodies in there.
Well, there's more than that. A long time ago, this is where they would hang people, and this is a punishment area.
I'm liking this place already.
Did they hang people before there was a hole there, or did they hang them in the hole?
They hang them over the hole, or they would drop them into the hole, throw them into there.
Weird.
It's really weird.
So you see some body wedged against the trees at the lip of the Onacetrum.
Oh.
And that's where we're going to end it for the evening.
Okay.
So right where I can't click on it, but where the tree hits the dirt, we seeing a body wedge there?
Yes.
Okay.
God.
Okay, so let's go ahead and get one roll for one skill that you used this evening. It doesn't mean you had to have succeeded. If you rolled and failed, you still can roll. This is not a training situation. This is a used situation.
I'm going to go for
I did rhetoric.
intrigue.
Okay, you don't test intrigue, you test to improve intrigue.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
There you go. Goes up by 1 point.
I find myself using it all the time, so why not work on it?
Yeah, exactly.
That's how that works, right?
That's what I think. And as soon as you get good at it, I'm going to switch to some other skill.
Yeah, that's singing.
Exactly.
That's right. Well, there is a dance this evening.
Oh, God.
I got a 48 dancing.
I don't want to dance with the rapist friends.
That's right. That is exactly right. Okay, so, okay. So you guys are pushing along. You guys are gradually kind of uncovering clues and trying to figure out exactly what's going on. But there is a body, and you guys will have to figure out what that is and who that is, and then maybe Sir Eamyt did it. Maybe he didn't.
If that body is what we think it is, we need to call the guards. We don't touch it. I mean, I'm just thinking that.
I think you're probably right.
You have authority from the king to do whatever you want.
Yeah, but we need witnesses to watch us do what we do.
Right. Well, there's a charcoaler family right there.
Yeah, I don't want to get in the middle of those. Betty and Wilma getting all interested.
You could go to the bridge and let them know. They blow their whistle or whatever, and more guards will show up.
We need official witnesses.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, but that'll be next week.
All right.
I look forward to it. So far, the campaign. How are you guys enjoying it?
I'm liking it.
Mechanics
Yeah,
of the
I'm
game.
enjoying it.
Okay. Okay.
It's
I'm still learning a
definitely
little bit
getting-
about the mechanics and stuff like that as well. So,
I had
what's
I
it?
had an idea about that error in the character sheet. Where
Yeah. The
we could
rounding up
just-
and down?
Yeah, we could just subtract 6 pounds from something in our armor and let it go to the, because it ends up being a 5-point penalty. The math error,
Right.
because it's your burden, the weight you're carrying divided by your endurance.
Right.
And
And
it's
so that
supposed to
6
round off.
pounds will always round up to the
That
next.
6 pounds will always round it down to the correct number if it's on the 5.
Right.
And if it's above the 5, it'll round up like it's supposed to. I just thought that's a little trick we could do,
Okay.
because
So put an item in there that's just called like correction minus 6 pounds.
I could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea, because then does it allow us to do minuses?
Why not?
Yes. Yes. it
Then
does.
that would be great, because then you wouldn't confuse it with something else.
Right. That sounds like hey, see, brains right there. That's the way you got to use them.
The 5 is a big deal. It's a 5%. And,
It's 5%.
And because I was looking at this going, wow, how come I have?
So I'm going to go
25?
through all my monsters and make sure they don't get rounded as well.
I know that's why I wanted to mention this, though, because if the monsters are having the same issue, maybe we don't care. But
I haven't touched. I've only entered numbers, but the monsters.
But it's only going to count when you're carrying heavy things.
That's what I'm
right?
saying. The monsters are not carrying.
Oh, that's a good point.
They're not like encumbered until you get to the main bad guy that's wearing 3 layers of plate armor. No, I'm kidding. Because there is no such thing as plate. Okay, so
There's breastplates, right? Breastplates.
there is a
You get
breastplate.
those up.
Yeah, that's right. And there's helmets.
And helmets.
He's wearing 3 helmets, and they're layered.
Right. That way you're triply protected.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm having a pretty good time with it. I mean,
Good.
At first it was a struggle to figure out what was going on, and I've been reading some of the rules, and it's interesting how this unfolds.
I'm looking forward more. Once this tournament's over, and we'll have not a lot more autonomy, because we're still going to be knights in service to somebody. So we're always going to have a boss sort of telling us most likely what to do, unless we become mercenaries or something. But freelancers.
Well, you don't
whatever,
have to stay at the tournament. You could leave at any time.
No. I'm just saying. Right now we have this obligation, and it's sucking up a lot of our time. And once this is over with, we'll have
Something else
more
taking up your time.
autonomy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll see, I guess. But
Right. You'll have choices.
more choices.
Yeah. Become a little bit more
But the
open.
investigation was actually more entertaining than I thought. They're normally not very. They can be pretty dry, but this was fun trying to track it down. I was having a good time.
This is a slow burn campaign. So I'm not going to have you guys find out who the big bad is in the first couple of games.
Yeah, that's fine.
And is there a big bad? Not yet.
In
Not
the
really.
role-playing chat, did you guys see the list that I wrote?
I see a list. I see a chat.
In role-playing chat, I had written.
Who do
just
we
for
now
our-
possibly relate?
Who do we know that might be related? And we've covered all of these, basically, down the line. And then anyone from the Amaranth, I might suspect. That's funny. And so I don't know that we could just find it right away. You know what I'm saying? We had to eliminate Lorella's father.
Yeah.
We had to eliminate. We're not eliminating, but we're
Narrowing it down.
I didn't think that was it. That was my problem with it. That's the only people we do know. In that case.
Did Rald split just because he didn't want to be associated with a rapist?
What?
Why he was gone all day? I don't know why he was gone all day.
Oh, just as missing time. I thought you were insinuating that because he had asked us if we wanted him to to be our squire. I thought he was insinuating that he's left the service of Sir Emmett. Like, that's all I was asking.
No, he's just back at the camp taking care of Sir Emmett's stuff,
Right,
and watching it until this gets resolved.
Right, he was our lookout at the camp for us.
Yeah,
it's just the day of the so-called rape. He was gone, and he was gone a lot. That was weird.
Well,
he explained it. At the time I wrote the list, I didn't know why.
Right, because the two squires went into town, and then he got laid.
Waylaid.
I've seen her. Yeah. And so is he. And became intimate. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to let you guys go, and I will see you next week, and maybe we can find out who this body is, and then maybe clear Emmett's name.
Freaking hole in the ground is becoming a thing.
That's right, the hole in the ground.
The hole in the ground campaign. All right.
I know Mason wants to go, get in that hole. All right, good night.
Bye, guys.
All right, guys, everybody's gone. Thanks for coming out and checking this campaign out. I enjoy it. I'm having a really good time. And it's night, so I tend to put this, depending on what time of day it is, I'll slide this across, and then when it goes after midnight, I'll slide it over onto this next day. So it's just in the night. And if you're interested in joining the campaign, you're welcome to drop me a message in Roll20. And if you're interested, we can make a character and at some point during the week, and then I'll introduce you in the next game. If not, that's okay. I like these 3 players and we're having a good time. All right, I'll see you guys next week.